up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
This is Houston Control. Checking Rebecca. Back with initiated. Locking out all ports. Clear. And we are good to go. This is Houston Control.
Roger, Houston, we've got it. You don't have to repeat yourself. We're in the cupola. Getting the feedback from these guys down there on the old earth behind me here. This magical floating ball that violates the second law of thermodynamics and every other known physical law known to man in substitute for pseudoscience and nonsense. Anyway, I was watching, you see the title tonight, Fake Space and Mockery. That's all they got. I got to watching Lucky Haskins a little bit ago. And he hit it right on the head, because that's exactly, that seems to be pretty much all they've got. That's it. Okay. Outside of the mockery and their fake space, which, as we know, it's violating every damn physical law that you can think of, without any proof. A lot of supposition, fancy formulas to say, oh, look at here, and here's how a fucking elephant can hang from a daisy by its tail, and all kinds of crazy nonsensical shit, but not actual real proof of such things. And then what I think is funny too is they want to shift the burden of proof over onto the logical claim, what it's always been thought to be, in lieu of this relatively new idea that was pushed on people through mediums of power. I see, and the whole thing, and like Lucky said, man, in school they say back in the old days, people were stupid and thought the earth was flat. And they thought they would sail off the edge, and everybody fucking laughs and everything. I remember it, man. I pictured it in my head, remembering it when he said it, and I went, this is freaking insane, man. This is how they do it. And it's just nothing but, that's all they've got is ridicule and mockery. Like Dumbass that came on the other night, fucking McGoon. What a fucking disappointment. That's all he had. He's just going to make mockery and shit that he does because he doesn't have a point. And the bottom line is because, as it was pointed out last night, right? The only example you have of this in anywhere in nature occurring is the very thing that's in question. I'm sorry, man. That's just not good enough. Especially, your this whole concept of this gravity, all this other nonsense. It's just mind twisting shit, So we're gonna have Rufus here tonight. He's gonna pop on here and I hope it's not going to take too long, so I can get back onto the real topic. But I told him I'd have him come on. He was going to explain to us why they have to use parallax to measure the moon. I'm not sure if they had to use this parallax for the sun, but I'm trying to figure out why you would need to use any other objects. Okay, you've got your 2 points on the ground, you've got your elevation, your angle of view at 90 degrees, and then at 45 degrees, there's a square. But in his thing, he says, oh, the curve is negligible. You don't care about it. We can straighten it out. But for some reason, if it's a right triangle, then we don't have to straighten it out, or we can't straighten it out, or that does matter, or something. I don't know. None of it makes any damn sense to me at all. But we're gonna find out. I'm gonna let him go ahead and explain how parallax, when he comes up, how this is actually used and why it would be used, and why we just wouldn't use a simpler method to employ something that simple. I do know that anytime I've ever tried to figure the height of something, if I'm like a tree I want to cut down, I want to make sure it's not going to smash into the carport or some other thing. And I'm looking for where's the best way to put it down. Where's it going to be clear enough? I need to find out how tall that tree is. And I always use a right triangle and a isosceles triangle. The only thing I have to do is go 45 degrees from the base of the tree. And there it is. Whatever my distance from the base of the tree to me is how tall that tree is going to be. It has to, or it won't be a 45-degree angle. I don't need to fuck around with an isosceles triangle. I don't need to look at any other shit that's beyond the tree to tell how big it is, or any other thing. And as was stated before, you wouldn't have to worry about any kind of movement, because a snapshot in time, boom, that's it. That's all you have to do. You don't have to sit there and wait for it or any other thing like that. But anyway, we're going to give a shout out to everybody that's in here tonight, maybe touch on any of the questions, and I'll bring Ruhif up, and if anybody else wishes to come up. However, keep in mind, man, I'm not going to deal with the pedantic crap from people, man. If I'm trying to make an example, you know the point of the example. And if I'm talking about the impossibility of something happening, and I use, like last night, the example of someone being able to turn into a chicken. You start going on about whether or not it's a fucking laying hen, or whether or not it's a fucking guinea rooster, or what other kind of goddamn chicken you can think of, a speckled red, whatever else, it doesn't goddamn matter. It's just a method to try to get off of the point. Okay? I'm not going to deal with that. Okay? Not going to deal with it. That's what that asshole McGoon does. That bullshit right there. You want to sit there and have a fucking 45-minute conversation on what constitutes a container. Motherfucker, you're not stupid. Container is something that you contain stuff with. They have different applications for different fucking purposes. I don't know why that would even matter. Why would that have to be even discussed? Are we 5? That's the kind of shit I'm looking at. So I don't want to see that kind of thing. And please don't be just blasting in and fucking talking over somebody, right? That's just not going to be going. But anyway, other than that, feel welcome to come on up. We'll be all right with that. So I'm going to take a look, and I also want to show a few things tonight, but we'll let Ruhif do his thing real fast. And let me see. How do I get in there? That's right here. Participants. Kind of pants, bell-bottom participants. We got Angela Baby Carson with us tonight. Charles B is out in the audience. Good to see you again. Don, Dreamy Land Escape the Chains. Good to see you, dear. Flat Top Hank is here with us. I have this like picture of I hear Flat Top Hank. I see like a dude, like almost like a drill sergeant with, one of them brush cuts like that, a flat top. That's what I picture in my head. Let's see where we go. Ida Hat's here. Kevin Barber, good to see you. I hope you got that worked out with, are you getting some expertise with the timeout times and all that? I'm just curious. Let me know. Margaret Kay's with us. Mojo Shop. Mr. Super Sidewinder's with us. New Hampshire guy. Sean Elke. Thrashless Smith, unindoctrinated, Jehovah's Daughter Barbara, My Little Light, and ZXL Master. the master of all moderators in the world. So I want to welcome everybody here and giving everybody a couple of minutes to come in. And while I do that, I'm going to go ahead and bring up Ruhif. There he is.
Yay!
Good tonight. Look at, he looks pretty good for hanging upside down. I'll tell you what. I figured you'd have done turned into a bat by now. How hanging upside down under, man. Come on.
Exactly. I'll try and get this done in 15 minutes before midday. Do you want to share the
yeah. Sorry, the thing's all white. The whole thing's down there white. I forgot it was there. There we go.
There we go. Cool. All right. So yesterday we were talking about taking an elevation angle from a certain distance away of 40 degrees, 45 degrees to the moon. So you know the distance between the observer who has the moon at his zenith, right? You know this distance and you know this angle. So you can just do the trig and work out a moon height, 4,829 kilometers, right?
So the base and the X and Y axis should both be the same length in order to achieve the 45-degree angle, right? Yep. Okay. So whatever the base is, that's going to give you the elevation from the 0 point.
45. There we go. Oops. Yeah, 45. Why is it an extra kilometer? That's bizarre. Why is that? I don't know why it's 5,001. That's weird. I'll have to check into that. Anyway, so we have the straight baseline and a 45-degree angle up to the moon. And I said, but you're assuming that this baseline is flat, whereas I think it's curved. All right, so I want to show you the difference. Oh, that's why it's, there you go. That's why it's not 5,000.
You might need an optometrist, man.
No, I know what it is. The radius. So yeah, I've modeled a flat Earth with just an absurd radius. So there's a tiny difference. Yeah, so you assume this is flat and I think it's curved. So I want to show you what happens to the moon height if we start assuming that it's a globe. All right, so I'm going to reduce the radius of this. All right, so the Earth's starting to get curved. Whoops. The Earth is starting to get curved. And you'll see the moon.
Take it to where it's in scale to the Earth, though. You know what I'm saying? In ratio to that. How far on Earth, what's the arc between somebody who's at the zenith of the moon and when they're looking at it from 45 degrees? What's the radius of that arc between those two people?
At 44 degrees, it'll be 5,000 kilometers.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what it looks like.
What's the length of the arc? Because you was wanting to add that in. See?
Yeah,
so what would be like that arc has to have a length, right?
Yeah, that's the observer distance.
Right? Okay, so what is that arc distance?
Yeah, 5,000.
I mean, if I took that arc and I straightened it completely out, like how you can take a bent shoelace and you can straighten it out and it goes longer, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that's obviously brings it closer together, which makes the object appear higher. So when we bring it, how much arc is there in between the 0 point observer and the 45-degree observer when that's bent properly? When that's bent
5,000, Dave. 5,000.
So it's the same. You're telling me it's the same as it would be straight.
Yeah, the distance.
So even with the arc in it, it's still the same distance as it is straight.
Yeah, the distance between here and the observer along that blue line is always 5,000. Right?
Okay.
That's this variable here. Okay, if I start to make it curved, like that, you'll see the moon height change a lot.
Where did it go to there? Let's see.
So now the radius is still like 30-something thousand kilometers.
Okay.
All right. Now I make it 6,371, the actual Earth radius.
Well,
and the moon height is now
that's your supposition that it's that actual Earth radius, but
I know, but I'm demonstrating how much difference it makes if you assume it's flat versus assuming it's curved.
Well, why would we assume it was curved when there's no evidence of it really being curved, man?
This is what I came on to show, Dave.
Right. I know, but that's pretty cool. I understood that completely.
Okay.
But my question is this, so Oh, it does. It does. But the other one with the isosceles triangle, it doesn't matter.
Correct.
Okay,
Right.
I see.
So you acknowledge that this matters.
Because
right?
what? Because
the chord length.
listen, if I split the isosceles triangle straight up the middle, what do I have?
Yeah, you got a right angle triangle.
I have two
Understand,
right.
Dave.
I have
we'll
two
get
right
to the parallax
triangles.
in a minute.
I
We'll
have
get to the
two
parallax
right
in a minute.
triangles, right?
Yes, we'll get to the
Okay,
parallax
so
in a
there
minute.
again, why are we even using that?
We'll get to the parallax in a minute. The reason, right, that this gives you a huge variance is because you're using an elevation angle, right? So when I turn the Earth into a globe, you know, this guy, his elevation angle.
That's the scale?
Yes.
That globe is the scale.
Yeah, 6371 radius. There you go, 6371.
Wait a second. No, the radius of the Earth is bigger than that.
No, it's not.
Yeah. The diameter is
12,742 or something.
No. Because we figured
8,000
that out.
miles.
79.
Yeah, that's miles, Dave. That's miles.
Yeah. Well, that's what do you got that measured in?
Kilometers, because I'm in the real world.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
What the fuck's a kilometer? That's what we say in America. What the fuck's a kilometer? You some kind of Canadian or some shit?
See, this guy here, because we're doing elevation angles, his horizontal is along this line. That's the problem.
Well, why is that a problem?
That's what gives you this huge difference. So from 4,800 on a flat Earth.
Okay, wait a second. Hold on, wait a second. Now turn that. Okay.
What do you mean turn it?
Oh, wait a second. All right. Yeah, never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if we assume it's flat, we get a height of 4,800. If we assume a globe, we get, 250,000.
So by assuming a globe, you assume that you have this distance. So that's where you get
we don't use this method to get the distance.
The ridiculous distance.
No, that's not how we get the distance.
Ridiculous assumption.
This is not how we get the distance to the moon.
Well, wait a second.
Hold
on. Why are you assuming a curve?
Because the Earth is a globe. It's a immutable fact.
There's no evidence of any curve.
Dave, I'm literally showing this to show you, right? The only point in me showing you in this is to show that if you assume flat, you get a vastly different result.
All right, go ahead. I'm going to.
Okay, cool. So hopefully we've got rid of that. Now let's go to the parallax one. Moon parallax. Hang on, whoops. Can I save it? Open. Moon parallax. Save, don't save. All right, so here is. It's a bit weird, actually, you being on mute, Dave. That's a bit weird.
No, I'm going to go ahead and let you get this out the way because I already got this shot right out the sky.
Hang on, the scale. I'm going to change the scale here. One sec. What is that? One. Here we go. All right, so this is the parallax one, and we've got two observers on the Earth. So the L guy and the right guy, and the distance between them is we've got 4,000 kilometers between them. All right, and what they do is they both take a photo of the moon against the background stars. All right, so here's the moon, up here somewhere. And you see the lines of sight cross through the moon and meet. Oh, why can't I zoom out? Hang on, something's messing up. I want to change that. Earth. Oh, come on. The ratio of the axes is messing up for some reason, and I don't know why. So we'll deal with that.
It's penguins, Ruhef. I'm telling you right now, it's the fucking penguins.
Just but why can't I change? I can't change that to 1. Why not? We'll get it close. That's close. That'll do. All right. So with these ones, we've got the left guy, the right guy. They both look. Oh, fuck. Just did it again. They both look at the moon. All right. So the lines of sight pass through the moon and meet at the star. Oh, now I can't zoom out. Why can't I zoom out? Zoom out here. All right. So ignore the ratio of the axes. All right, and they meet at the star out here, right? So the lines of sight cross over. And by taking those photos, right, you can see how much the moon has shifted against the background stars. And that's called the parallax angle.
Okay, that's what I'm going to ask you. So how do you know where those stars are at, man?
As long as they're
Move
like
them
quote
down.
unquote far away.
Move them closer and reduce their size. Then what do you have?
Yeah, the size doesn't matter. But you
Okay.
can move them closer.
Because you know, one could be, and in your guys' idea of what space is, right? You could have one. Let me show you. You could have one of the stars is here. The other one is actually way back here. But also, just like this is why you have a problem with a lot of that stuff, okay? Because like right here, you're seeing a straight line, right? You see a straight line.
Yeah.
Are you seeing the true length and slope of that straight line that I'm holding?
No.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But you have no way of knowing where this point and this point is right here at all. And as I increase that, you still wouldn't know. I could actually make it like that, and you don't know.
I understand, Dave.
So
Trust me, I understand.
What I'm getting at is this thing is already flawed with assumptions. But go right ahead.
No.
Yeah.
I understand your point, and I'll address it all if you like. Okay. So you talked about one star being closer. Is that right?
Well, I was just saying, go ahead with your thing. Don't worry about what I said. I'm just interjecting.
I'll address it first.
I know. Listen, I've done a lot of long range shooting in my life, right? And I'm very familiar with parallax, and I'm familiar with minutes of angle and how to use those to my advantage, and if not done properly, to my disadvantage over long ranges. Okay. But I do know that in order to use something else in the background, I have to have a frame of reference to it. Yes. I can't just take two random points of light and use that as my reference to that parallax, because that's, as we know, you can't just look at a point of light and tell how far away it is.
Okay, let's get to that.
You know what I'm saying? It's just that's my point on that, but go right ahead with your thing, man.
Okay. We know the stars are far enough away such that the light comes in parallel. Okay. That is because celestial navigation works with a linear ratio of 60 nautical miles per degree. That geometry only works if stars are far away, and also only works if it's a globe.
Careful about it. Only works. Careful when you use it.
Okay. Happy to see an alternative.
Do you realize you just made another assumption, right?
What's the assumption?
Go ahead. Go back about just 2 minutes. Just so you said, okay. So
only works with stars far away, and only works.
So how do you know that they're far away?
Because the geometry works with celestial navigation.
Wait, what geometry?
The geometry of celestial navigation.
Have you ever been in a planetarium?
You asked me a question, Dave, and
I know, but what I'm saying is, all I'm saying is, where's you're getting your scale from? You had to get that initially from one place.
Right. The fact that celestial navigation works, and celestial navigation uses a linear ratio, 60 nautical miles per degree of elevation for the star, says that the stars are far away such that the light is coming in parallel.
No, it doesn't, because I can scale it. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, Rufy.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. I'm going to bring you right back to the planetarium, bro. I'm going to bring you right back to the planetarium. You're going to get the same thing, the same readings in that planetarium as you will outside. And it's scaled down. Those lights that you're looking at, engaging this by on that ceiling, even though you know it is only a few yards away from you in reality, right? You can go outside and those are lights out there. What gives you the idea of where the scale to it is? I mean, even if you were to move where you're at, and you can do that with the projector inside of the damn planetarium, you're still going to get the same thing. So you're not taking into account that these things have been scaled way out so that this thing can be real. There's
Okay,
no
I'll say it.
evidence of these distances whatsoever, man.
I'll
All
say it
we
again.
did was take and suppose and put it at vast scales. So now, if we believe that this thing is gigantic and very bright and this impossible distance away, then that can only mean that this one over here is this far, and you're a supposition of their lights coming in parallel is another assumption. We don't ever see any parallel rays except from like a focused light. And then it still spreads out. So we don't ever see parallel lights.
Okay.
I'm
The
sorry,
fact
man,
that celestial
that doesn't fly. You guys
the
try
fact
to
that
use
celestial
this visual
navigation
bullshit
works.
on everybody all the time.
Okay,
man.
you can just keep saying it's bullshit, Dave, or I can show you that it's not.
You're going to show me that light is indeed parallel
Yes.
with
it
a
has to be.
drawing. No,
Yes.
it's only to fit your bullshit. Does it have to be?
No. Does
Yes,
celestial
because
navigation
in
work,
reality,
Dave?
no, fuck that. In reality, the light that is received is not. Now, the point of light is a point from you to a point of light. Now, that is an angle, okay? But that doesn't mean you're on a curved surface. How do you know you're not looking through
Do
a
you just
curved
want to
lens?
poo-poo everything, Dave, or do you want to listen to an explanation?
Well, if your explanation is no better than a cat scratching in a box, then what the hell, man?
Okay, so
Go ahead,
celestial
though.
navigation works, right? Celestial
Of
navigators
course it
get
works.
their
It doesn't
it
work
works,
because
okay.
you're on a globe or any other such
Well,
nonsense.
I
It
contend
works
that it does,
because
Dave.
there are charts that know where the stars are at in a
Right.
from various points of the earth, and they use these charts in conjunction with what they use using a flat horizon to the elevation of the certain constellation or
Right.
stars, and they compare it to the chart, and they can find out where they're at. That's how it
Okay.
works.
Yeah, so they get
Man.
an elevation angle to the star. Yep. And then
Right. And then in
right.
comparison to the chart,
Yep.
that will
To
tell
work
you
out what
where you're at.
it'll tell you how far away you are from a certain
It'll
point
tell
on the
you where
Earth.
you're at based on the chart because you have
No.
a declination and you have a direction.
No, you have an elevation angle to a
Azimuth.
star.
It's an azimuth, man.
No, it's not.
Oh my fucking
No, it's not. You have an elevation angle to a star, right? And the elevation angle tells you how far away you are from the star's GP. Do you know what the star's GP is?
Yes.
What's
Go.
the GP?
Keep going. I'm telling you, go. Just go.
Yeah. Is the GP the spot on the ground that the star is overhead?
That's what it's supposed to
Yep.
be. Geographical position.
Excellent.
I'm going to ask you not to be condescending.
Well,
No,
this
no,
is
no, no,
geometry,
because
Dave.
nope, because as is in the title, fake space and mockery, that's all you have. And that's another form of it.
Okay. This
All
is
right.
the geometry of celestial navigation. Okay. So
All right.
if I know the elevation angle, how do I know what my distance is to that GP? What do I do?
I would consult the chart, but I guess you would use a
No.
bit of geometry
you
using a
multiply it.
triangle where you would probably most
No, you don't.
likely have to have a chord distance to
No.
find that actual distance.
No, you multiply it by 60 you multiply the co-altitude, sorry, by 60 nautical miles. Right? That gives you your distance over the ground to the star's GP. Okay. Do you accept that ratio
That's
is
just
how we do
those
it?
are just based on lines. That has nothing to do with it being a fucking curve.
Do you accept that we have to multiply the co-altitude by
Well,
60
okay,
nautical miles?
you have to quantify the distance from your
Yes.
location. Who gives a fuck how you
Okay,
do it?
so that ratio.
Are you coming up with a baseline distance?
Yeah, that is that distance.
Okay, then that's all you have to say. This is our
Right.
baseline distance, right?
Yes, but it's
Okay,
a linear
now we have
ratio.
the baseline distance,
Right, it's a linear ratio, right?
right?
Number of degrees times 60 nautical miles.
Okay, so
Okay.
that tells you how far away with degrees
Yes.
an angle of view. Yes, okay.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Right.
All right. That geometry of a linear ratio of 60 nautical miles per degree only works if the stars are far away and the Earth is a globe. All right.
No,
this
it
is what
doesn't. No, you're absolutely wrong because I can stand inside of a motherfucking planetarium with a
No, you
flat
can't.
floor. Shush. I can stand in a planetarium with a flat floor and the stars in the sky are only a few yards away, and I can get the same gosh dang calculation using a sextant, and there's not any curve to that floor at all.
No,
okay?
you cannot.
It's scaled
Model it, Dave.
down. That's more of that this can only mean bullshit.
Well, model it. If you think you can do it,
model it. I don't have to. Go to a goddamn planetarium. They already
I'm not going to
model
do
it.
your homework for you, Dave.
Dude,
I'm not going to do your
I've
homework
been
for you.
to a planetarium. I know what I'm
Okay.
talking about. Have you been to one?
Yes.
Okay, then you know what I'm talking about.
Right. You've made a
So
claim.
you can be scaled
Demonstrate your
down.
claim.
It can be scaled down, and you wouldn't.
No,
even
it can't.
be wiser.
No, it cannot.
Yes, it can.
No, it can't. You're making a claim. Demonstrate it.
Wait a second. All right. I'm going to use your claim of your guys' side. Here's a definition of, here's an example of scale. The moon and the sun only appear to be the same size because the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away than the moon. So they only appear. This is because of scale, right? So it'd be easy to believe that the moon was actually 93 million miles away, or even that the sun was only 250,000 miles away, because that's how scale works. Okay, that's how scale works. You understand? So it doesn't only mean, listen to me, it doesn't only mean that they can be gargantuanly far away at all. It only means that you have two angles of view of a point of light. That's it.
I guarantee you in your planetarium.
Point of light. That's all you have is an angle of view to a fucking fixed point of light that you use on a chart to determine by your direction and the declination of the object you're looking at in order to determine your location on the earth. It doesn't depend on it being far away. If you want to pretend they're far away, I guess that works out too, but you don't have to, because like I said, you can scale this shit right down. And the proof of that, and the proof of that, the burden of proof of that has already been demonstrated with the fact that we have these things called planetariums. Most towns have one, or nearby there is one, and you can go in there and you sit back and they'll show you the night sky exactly, even if you wanted to have it appear way it is outside right where you're at, and you're not even able to distinguish it, the difference. Okay, except for the fact that there's, somebody's head might be over here getting in the way of something, and that's in the small ones. But these planetariums are all different sizes, and their projectors are set to focus that to the proper scale of what we see. So it's like you can't use that. I mean, that's just, and they're again based on an assumption of a ball. And so with your assumption of a ball, and then that means, well, this can only mean that they're way far away. Well, if the Earth was a ball, right? But what the hell do we have that really supports that? Nothing.
No, the fact that this linear ratio exists in reality.
Yeah, so what? Right. That linear ratio will work wherever, man. It doesn't mean
it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Miles away.
No, it doesn't, Dave. Show it.
You only have an angle of view to a point of light from your position.
Show it working, Dave. Show it.
Dude. Really? You want me to show you a planetarium?
Yes. Show that this linear relationship
I'll show you a planetarium. Just to
show that this linear relationship
holds.
No,
you said you wanted to see a planetarium.
No, I want to see this linear relationship hold on a flat Earth. I've seen a planetarium, Dave.
Well, then
show that this linear relationship, this constant.
Then why are you acting stupid about it?
Does this constant relationship exist in reality?
You know full well what I'm saying.
Yes,
is true.
No,
yes,
it's wrong.
Yes, yes.
Let's bring up the other one.
Your assumptions are fraught with assumptions, bro.
All right. So
now, here's the problem. I'm going to tell you the biggest problem you have with this whole thing. You don't even know what you're looking through at these objects.
Hang on. We're doing this geometry first. Now, at 5,000 kilometers, the elevation angle is 45 degrees, right? We've got a moon height of 5,000 kilometers. What is the ratio of kilometers per degree? So we'll go 5,000 divided by 45. All right, that's 111 kilometers per degree. All right. If I move, let's move 1,000 kilometers closer. All right. Let's move 1,000 kilometers closer. That should change the angle by 9 degrees, right?
Where are we moving? What exactly we're moving our point of view closer?
Yep.
Why are we doing this?
To show you that this linear ratio doesn't hold.
We don't care about a linear ratio. I'm talking, listen, hold
Dave,
on, wait a second. No, you're trying to take it off the thing. I'm trying to figure out why the fuck you're doing this shit the way you're even doing it. If you had somebody that was standing, listen to me. If you had somebody, let's suppose it's standing on the equator, and you have another guy standing on the equator, right? And when the moon is at its zenith over top of the one guy, and the other guy gets in position so that he's viewing at 45 degrees. Now, that should give you a height. Your assumption of a fucking curve is what's throwing a monkey wrench into everything when there is absolutely no evidence of a curve. Secondly, you're wanting to, just a second. Secondly, you're wanting to use objects that you know nothing about, that are immersed in a medium that you know nothing about or what it is. How is any of that possible that you could use that as any kind of proof? How do you know that what you're looking through at these objects isn't a curved lens itself? How do you know that?
So I'm under the impression that you think this on the screen is a valid way to get the height of the moon, correct?
I think so. Yes, it should be.
What are you looking through, Dave?
What do you mean? What am I looking through? I'm looking through reality, and that we aren't on a damn ball. That's what I'm looking through.
So am I. I'm looking through the same thing you are.
So why can't you get a 45? Why can't you get a 45-degree angle? What's the problem with getting a 45-degree angle? A linear fucking distance. The moon is zenith directly overhead on the one guy. The other guy's at 45 degrees. There's your right triangle. You have your height.
Yes, but that assumes that this is flat between here and
here. It's not an
right?
assumption that it's flat.
Yes, it is.
No. Your ridiculous claim is that it's curved, and all you're trying to do is take a curved sky and place it on the ground.
What do you mean a curved sky? I don't even know what a curved sky means.
You don't? No, do you not have an azimuthal dome? Do you not have an azimuthal dome of vision?
Yeah, that's a coordinate system.
All right. So you understand what that is, right? Don't play stupid. We're not going to do the mockery. We're not doing the mockery thing either.
Right. Okay? But it's not a physical thing.
Right? And all you have is imaginary shit like this curve that's never been proven. Okay. And mockery. So we're going to take away the mockery, and we might as well take away the imaginary curve because that's never been proven either.
Okay, so this curved sky, what you're referring to is called the alt-azimuth grid, alt-az, right? It's just a coordinate system.
No, you know what? Wait a second. What shape is the containment?
What containment?
The containment necessary for us to have this pressure system.
Yeah. I think what's happening here, Dave, is that you don't want to look at the geometry.
No. You know why? Because if you're using assumptive shit in your geometry, which you are doing.
I'm assuming a flat earth here, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, no. Yes. Okay. So there you go. There's your height.
Right.
Boom.
Yeah. Okay. So if we assume it's flat, then we get a height, right?
And I'm not assuming it's flat. I'm not assuming it's flat. You're assuming it's curved.
Was that necessary to interject with that?
Listen, no, you got the ridiculous claim of a curve that you keep wanting
Was it necessary to interject with just nothing, right? It just disrupts the conversation. Anyway, I think I got your agreement that celestial navigation requires that 60 nautical miles per degree. Did I get that agreement?
I guess that's what they set it up to do.
Excellent. All right. So now we're going to assume a flat earth on here.
Keep in mind, you say so. I don't know. I'm not verified. I haven't verified that, but you say so. So I'll go ahead and let it be used. Go ahead.
Okay. So if that linear relationship holds, we've got a distance of 5,000 and an elevation angle of 45 degrees.
Okay.
All right. So you can imply a ratio there of 111 kilometers, which is the same thing as 60 nautical miles and, whatever, 111 kilometers per degree of change. All right. With the moon at 5,000 kilometers.
All right. Okay.
All right. Let's move 1,000 kilometers closer, or 2,000. Let's move 2,000 kilometers closer.
I already know where you're going with this, and I've already addressed it. You won't answer it.
3,000. No, you said you're okay looking through the whatever medium is.
Well, this is what your supposition is. And again, another assumption, but go ahead.
Okay. So what should the angle change by?
Why would it move? Why would it move? The object's still in the same place. You're just viewing it from a different degree.
Right.
Why are we moving it up now?
Because our angle has changed by 18 degrees because we moved 2,000 kilometers closer. Remember, we've got this linear relationship.
Right. But we're not changing the guy's eyesight.
Okay.
Put the object back where it was and just move the guy.
I did move the guy. He's now at 3,000.
Hold on. Back up. Take that thing back to a 45-degree angle.
5,000 and 45.
Okay, take it back to a 45-degree angle.
45.
All right, there we go.
Yep. All right, you're at 45 degrees. Now lock that top one.
The distance.
Lock it in place. Don't move the moon. Now move the moon.
Okay, so I will adjust.
Hold on. Now move the guy closer.
Yeah, I can't leave the moon where it is. I have to adjust these two.
How come you can?
Whoa, hold on. Why can't the guy get closer without adjusting the moon's location? Hold on,
because
Rupee.
these are the things that we are inputting. Right, the observer distance and the elevation angle tells you the moon height. That's the calculation.
No, we just established it with a right triangle, didn't we?
Right. Yes.
Okay, so now that tells us that the y and the x-axis are identical, right? And we've got the x-axis is where the observer's at, right? So now we want to know what happens when we move the guy closer to the 0 point. That's not going to change the height of the moon.
Right.
Why would it?
I agree that the moon should not change its height.
Well, it won't.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's move him to 3,000.
Right. No, you're moving the fucking
Dave,
moon.
just fucking hold
on,
Dave.
You're moving the
Dude, hold on. All right. I'm moving him to 3,000 and then making the height of the moon back to 5,000.
Why are you moving the fucking moon?
Because that's how this little geometry works.
No, it's not. Listen, here's the deal. Put that thing back at a right triangle. Pythagorean's theorem. Put it back at a right triangle, for crying out loud. I don't know why you keep moving the fucking moon.
Because the moon is the result of the calculation, right?
Right. Okay, so now put it back at a 45-degree angle. Okay, now that has established the height of the moon.
Yes, 5,000.
Okay, good. Now, that's firm. Don't move the fucking moon.
Dave, I cannot not move the moon, right? I have to adjust these two.
Your program is deceptive.
No, it's not.
Because
Look,
I can do this right now on paper. No, you don't. Why did I say did I say to keep it a right triangle?
There we go.
Lock the fucking moon.
Yep, I've got the moon at 5,000.
5 degrees.
Right, the moon's at 5,000, right?
Oh my fucking God.
Is the moon at 5,000? Are you happy?
Listen, yes. Is that where it was?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. And that's the angle the guy should be seeing it at.
Is it though? I thought we agreed that it should change.
Hold on. Wait a second. You agreed. I'm telling you geometrically, that's what should be going on. Now,
but it's not
all that you're doing though is giving more affirmation to my supposition of the containment actually being curved. Okay, because that would distort your view of what you're actually looking at.
So we moved 2,000 kilometers, right? And we agreed that it should change 111 kilometers per degree. All right, so it should change by 18 degrees, right?
Okay.
How much did it change by?
I don't know. What'd you have it way up there or some kind of shit?
45. I had it at 45 and it went to 59. So how much did it change by?
What do you mean? How much did it change by? The angle changed. It's
Yeah.
just all you're doing is coming back to looking at the same object closer to it.
Right.
What do
But
you,
it
I don't
should be.
understand what the fuck you're doing, man.
We agreed that this
I
linear
didn't agree.
relationship exists.
You stated it. I didn't agree because
Okay.
I haven't checked. And you people
Okay.
are deceitful as shit, man.
For the sake of agreement, for the sake of the argument, sorry, and you can research it later, there is
How
a
about we
linear
just
relationship.
agree? How about we just agree that you claim this? How about
Okay.
that?
Yep.
There you go.
I claim that it only works
right.
on a globe and distant stars. All right. There is a
right.
linear relationship, 111 kilometers per degree of change.
Okay, so do we know actually that this is true with the moon? You've actually done this. You've had somebody go and try to do this at 45 degrees on the equator. No. Because
Dave,
I'm not really buying into what you're saying, man. I don't think that you're actually being honest here. I really don't.
You can go and research 60 nautical miles per degree. Okay,
right. I don't give a fuck about that. What's that got to do with the moon?
Yeah, because that's what we're doing.
Yeah, right? we're looking at the moon.
Yes.
So why do you
every degree?
So why do you keep moving its height?
The celestial navigation.
Wait a second. We're looking at the moon.
Yes, you can use the moon in celestial navigation.
We're not looking at stars.
You can use the moon in celestial navigation.
Is that what they do with the moon? Really?
You can use the moon in celestial navigation.
It's really not that far. I don't care if you can use it for celestial navigation. That's not the point.
Okay, you seem really keen.
You're trying to throw that bullshit they do with stars with the moon, and that's not how you would do it, bro.
Okay, you can use the moon for celestial navigation. That's something you can confirm.
I didn't say you couldn't use it for celestial navigation. Do not put words in my mouth.
Okay, I will make a claim that celestial navigation uses this linear ratio of 60 nautical miles per degree.
All right.
Okay, you can confirm that later or dispute it later, whatever.
And they do that using stars, right?
And the moon. Well, the moon has.
Okay, I guess you can use the moon. Why not? Sure. Yeah. Depending on where it's at during the time of the month. And if there is a moon or a new moon, which is not visible for almost 40 hours when it goes dark, I guess, loosely you could, but primarily, don't they usually use constellations and stars?
Yeah, usually.
Yeah, okay. So that's a whole nother fucking ball of wax right there. That's a whole nother ball of wax. We're not really talking about celestial navigation. We are talking about the moon, okay? Yes. Which is not primarily used for celestial navigation.
But it can be.
So don't throw that in there with that shit, because then you get to play your little bullshit with all the stuff that's out there in a medium that you don't know what it is.
We can call this a star then.
What's that?
Let's call this a star then.
You know what I'm saying? No, it's not. Here's I mean, you got a whole bunch of shit that you don't know anything about, and you're trying to use that as proof of the condition that you wish it to be. We're talking about the moon. This is supposedly a solid object that we can see. Now, in reality, are those viewing angles of the moon as you get closer to it, are those actually accurate? Or are you only supposing that?
No. They are very accurate. Oh, sorry.
Why are they accurate? Because you want them to be on your computer thing, or because they are in reality?
They are in reality.
They are in reality. So when you move that there, that is the exact angle that you see the moon at.
If I tell my telescope to point at a certain direction that it thinks a star is at, it will point at that star. Right? Stellarium is an excellent model. Okay. All right. Anyway, let's get back to geometry.
It's built off of a supposition of a curved Earth, isn't it?
It works, yes.
Yeah, well, I don't give a fuck if it works.
Okay.
Wait a second. I can make math to show that, I don't know, dinosaurs can just fucking appear. I could do all kinds of crazy shit. And you know what I can do in a computer program? Why, I can make it look like you got a roadster floating around the earth and shit. Or I could make it look like Darth Vader's really flying in a TIE fighter. And I can do all kinds of shit on a computer, right? What we need, I'm not, maybe your thing is based on real shit or not. But the reality of it is, you've not taken into consideration the idea of what we're even looking through. You have again assumed what we're looking through. You've also assumed what we're looking at. Okay. And I'm just saying that is based on assumption. The whole thing really is based in fiction because it comes right down to it. If we are looking through, say, a liquid medium, okay, in that view that we're looking through, whether it's glass or just the liquid itself, is still going to show a distortion of the things that you're looking at through that lens. The same way as a GoPro fucks up the landscape, right? So we have not determined that, because that is one of the most basic impossibilities. And this is what got me onto it, is these people saying, oh, look at here. We just suppose a curve in here because it works with these stars. And I started thinking about that. And I was like, well, that's kind of dumb. We're using stars that we don't know anything about to gauge what the condition of the Earth's is, whether it's a plane or not. Okay. That's kind of dumb unless I really know what I'm looking at and what I'm seeing. All right. Now, knowing that this thing has to be contained, there's no other way that it could exist. I suppose, because it would be like the most strengthy type shape, and we find it in nature often, like a blister or a bubble or a shallow blister. We don't know what the medium on the other side is. Nobody can get through. We've seen attempts to get through. I'm just saying, we got to establish what that is and how we can have this non-contained, entropy-proof fucking Atmos. And with the gravity thing, man, people always wanting to show that goddamn Cavendish bullshit. You want to show what I'm talking about? Put a lead ball on one side and put a gob of air over on the other side and see if it gets attracted to it. That's, I mean, nothing else is taken into consideration. No electrostatics, no other kind of EM frequencies, nothing else. No, it's just, oh, well, look, they move, then they seem to go toward one another. And well, that means that we're going to apply this principle that we've not really tested with opposite materials and things like that, like there's a piece of wood and shit, you know. I mean, it's just like, come on, everybody, we're gonna take this because of this cockamamie experiment, and now we're gonna put these properties to things that we don't know anything about, and we're gonna call it orbital mechanics. And don't worry, we can make some math to make it seem true. I mean, this is what the globe side actually comes with, bro. For real.
All right. So anyway, getting back to the linear relationship, you can go ahead and confirm it later. But if you move away or closer by 111 kilometers or 60 nautical miles or 69 miles, the elevation angle will change by 1 degree. All right. So we're gonna move closer by 2,000 kilometers. All right. So our angle should change by how much?
I don't know. He's giving me. What are we doing again? I'm sorry.
It should change. If this linear relationship exists on a flat Earth, then the elevation angle should change by 18 degrees.
Okay.
Right. With the moon at 5,000 kilometers.
Okay.
All right. So let's move it to 3,000.
Right. Oh,
and hold on, Dave. Hold on. Wait.
I get it. I get it.
3 seconds.
I get it, though. I get it.
Okay. Now, so let's set the moon height back to 5,000. Are you happy now?
No. Bring it back down. I understand now. So as you move closer to the moon, it comes down toward you. And as you get further away, it goes out away from you. I get it.
The angle gets
steeper. I see. It makes so much sense.
All right. So we've still got the moon at 5,000. All right. Our angle, we predicted a change of 18 degrees. How much did it change by? from 45 to 59, how much did it change by?
Well, I would say 14.
Right.
Yeah.
But you expected 18 if you have that
No,
linear
I didn't really.
relationship.
I'm not worried about going to that. I'm trying to figure out why the moon keeps moving up and
Yeah,
down.
because that's what happens. These are the
It does.
inputs.
So when I move closer to the moon, it comes down closer to the ground.
No, this is just the geometry where I'm putting the inputs that we have, the
Okay.
observer distance and the elevation angle.
Well, according to your math, the closer you get to the moon, to getting underneath of it, the closer down to the ground it comes to you. And the
If
further you go away from it, the farther up in the air it goes.
if this linear relationship that does exist in reality, right, we would have ended up at 63 degrees, right? That changed the height of the moon by 900 kilometers.
Wow. But this is all figuring out that you're on a curve.
This is telling you that this distance here is not flat.
Well, that's because it's calculating a curve.
No, it's not.
Yeah, yes.
This is flat.
Yes.
This is
Yes,
flat.
it is. It's calculating a curve.
What? This
I
is
don't
flat.
give a shit. The numbers that are being calculated in that are actually
What?
calculating a curve.
Okay, let's go back to 5,000.
I mean, that's what you're doing. Stellarium. What is that? That's for,
Let's
I
go
believe
back to-
I'm on a
all right.
globe, so I want to look at shit.
Hang on. Is this calculating a curve?
No, I can't see what calculations they're putting into.
Yeah, we've got
Is
moon height
45
5,000.
degrees? I don't know, man. Listen, that's not reality.
Oh, I agree. This is not reality.
I don't care. That's not reality, right?
I agree. Flat Earth is
All
not
right,
reality.
so
I agree.
no. That right there, what you're using is not reality. Okay.
You-
What that really
agree that you
showed,
could do
hold
this.
on, what that showed was that if I move closer to the moon to get under it, it's going to like start trying to meet me down at the ground.
No, we're trying to keep the height of the moon the same, right? We're trying to keep the height of the moon the same. So going 59 and 3,000. All right, that keeps the height of the moon at 5,000. Okay.
There you go.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I guess the sky must be curved.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, I
The
do.
Altaz grid is not a concrete object.
Wait. Hold on a second. So if this is based on actual eyewitness angles that the moon is at from these different degrees from being underneath of its zenith, okay?
Yeah,
And
it would
it's
be
based,
63.
hold on, and it's based on a curve. That means that the lens that we're seeing the moon through is curved because the Earth is a level, stationary, topographical plane.
Okay.
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 That I mean, that can only mean that. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to
We
use
kept
you
the
guys'
moon.
terminology. So if we observe that the Earth is actually a level topographical plane, and we see these anomalies within the celestial objects that we view, this can only mean that the lens that we're seeing that through, i.e., the containment, is curved and distorting our view because it doesn't work out for regular plane geometry. And as all observations throughout history have been, the Earth is a stationary, level topographical plane. Okay? So
I'm not sure who you're
this
trying to
can
convince.
this can only mean that the sky is curved and we're seeing a distorted view of the objects within it.
Like I said, the Altaz grid is a coordinate system.
Right. I understand it. But you're using objects in the sky that are in it. And this stuff has been charted. That's where this information's coming from. Am I correct? Yes? Okay.
The GPS of stars.
So, right. All this shit is coming in. It's from actual observations and everything else, right? These have all been verified. So, that being said, that means that this distortion that we witness in the sky of these celestial objects can only mean that we are seeing it through a curved lens.
What distortion are you talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that it doesn't geometrically work out
Excellent.
on a
Thank you.
flat, as you say.
Right.
Okay, so that means we know that the observer's not on anything curved. That's ridiculous. So that can only mean that the moon is within something that is curved or is at least distorting our view of it from the stationary level plane. You see how that is? So your supposition that can only mean that the Earth is a globe is not true, because there's another explanation for it.
Okay, feel free to model it to show that it comes up with the same answer.
Model it. You model.
You just said words so far. Oh, me model it. So I'm responsible for your burden, am I?
You model it.
That's my burden to show your
Wait a second.
model.
No.
Okay.
Because as I said before, you still don't know what the fuck these things are you're looking at.
Well, I do.
Wait a second. You do not know what these things are you're looking at. You don't know how they actually physically behave. All you know is where they appear at in the sky. That is by no way, shape, or form a way to determine the condition of where you're viewing the shit from. Not one bit.
Anyway, as long as you understand that linear relationship does not work on a flat Earth, which
it
I think
doesn't work on a flat Earth. It works on a flat Earth with a distorted lens. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. That sounds like an excuse.
No, well, it might sound like that, but as I said, you only have assumptions, mockery, and fake outer space.
Okay, well, you just have words with no modeling and no prediction.
Okay, but still, it doesn't mean a prediction. What the fuck? Yours is just a prediction. I just told you my prediction. It's the opposite. You don't have you got the same results. You don't have you have a flat ground and a curved sky.
So how does your model end up with observer distance of 3,000?
I don't have a model. I don't have
you don't have a prediction.
Wait a second. I don't have a model. Okay. I don't live on a model. You're the one with the claim. You claim that the Earth is a magical water ball with shit magically sticking to it. Okay. That's a ridiculous claim. Okay. I don't have to disprove. All I have to do is say, look, your shit don't work, man. I mean, crime and Italy.
Right.
I mean, I can come up with the same goddamn thing. You're going to lie or you're probably not lying because you probably actually believe it, that people have gone up there and flown around in space and bullshit, and you've sent magical garbage cans off to these distant, what you assume are balls of terra firma, and NASA, to justify their existence, feeds you with magical paintings and little images and shit so that to placate you and keep you under this assumption. You don't have any evidence of what these things are. You don't know how far away they are. You don't know how big they are. You don't even know what they are. Nobody does.
Well, you don't.
You don't either.
Well, I have evidence for what they are.
Okay. Like I said, I have evidence that I can turn into a fucking chicken.
Right.
Okay. I got chicken feathers. Found some in my yard. I got some chicken feed. I can cluck like a chicken.
Yep.
I can walk like a chicken. I can flap my arms like a chicken. I mean, good God, look at all that evidence.
Yes. And I only have to find one thing to disprove it, right? Let's do a DNA test.
Well, wait a second. All that evidence, right? I'm doing that DNA test right now. I'm doing that
and
DNA
you're not a chicken
right now on this globe.
Yep.
Okay. So that DNA test would take this idea of a magical spinning air bubble ball with water. Okay. That's fluid, bro. That's got to have containment. Now, how do we get past this entropy problem? How do we get past the fact that you have to have containment to hold a volume of fluid? You can't. So you're using a thing on here. You're using a computer program that is designed off of the supposition of a curved ground. But it would work just as equal on a flat ground with a curved surface. So
then show it.
Well,
show it working on a flat Earth.
Okay. Have you ever been in a planetarium? Once again,
Actually, show them.
have you ever been in a planetarium? Once again,
Yes,
please
yes,
describe
I
how is a planetarium set up inside? What is in there? You're
little
inside
lights
of
on the
what?
dome.
What
Yeah,
you're
little
inside
lights
of
on
a
the
dome. That's right.
Right.
And you have what projected onto that dome?
Yeah, little
What do
lights
we
on the
have
dome.
projected onto that dome? Wouldn't it work even easier if they could have?
No.
Hold on, wait a second. Think about this, and this is a great idea. Maybe they'll come up with it. All right, so you've seen that sphere that they've got in Las Vegas, right? Wouldn't it be cool to have a planetarium, a big, huge one, but instead of having a projector, have it computerized and hooked up to a bunch of LED screens like they have on that dome in Vegas, going all the way around you, right inside. I think that's how that dome's going to be when you go inside of it too. I'll check next month when I go. But think about that, and you could project the exact sky right there on the inside of it while everybody stays on a nice level floor in their stationary seat, drinking a drink and looking at the cosmos, but they're inside of a thing that's inside the cosmos. So there it is. If you can project it onto a dome and it come out scalarly, then it can by all means be a domed surface that we're looking through at these objects. There it is.
Okay, show the math.
What is
Show it
fuck the
working.
math? I'm not a planetarium director. Okay. Go ask the planetarium director what the math is. It's just scaled down or scaled so that it appears the same as it does outside.
Right.
Okay.
But you're going to use a right angle triangle.
Well, so what?
Right. And we've just discovered that right angle triangle doesn't have that linear relationship.
Well, not in this, because it assumes a curved Earth. When in
No, this is flat
reality,
Earth.
it could be.
This is flat.
I understand
is
that, but the
flat.
calculations. All right. Okay. Right. So the actual geometry, if you lock that moon into place, right? The actual geometry doesn't work out for the known observations. Isn't that what you told me?
Yeah, which tells
All
you this is
right.
not
All
flat.
right. All right. And why is that?
Because this is not flat in
Oh,
reality.
there you go. So
Yes,
wait a
that's the
second.
point.
Wait a second. That's your supposition without evidence. Okay. But it
What?
doesn't only mean that the earth is flat and that's why that's happening. It could also mean that the earth is flat and that the sky is actually curved, that it's actually dome shaped, just like a planetarium is, man.
Again, you would pick a star, right? And you would model it with a right angle triangle if the Earth is flat. Right? You won't get
Wow,
that ratio.
what part are you not getting? That the fact that the observations do not match what the geometry should be, why does that automatically mean that the earth is curved and the sky is flat? Why isn't the sky curved and the ground flat? For crying
Because
out
you would
loud, I'm
model it
not
with a
going to go
right
over
angle
it again.
triangle.
Is there anybody that does not understand what the fuck I just said?
I understand.
All
and
right,
you would
then.
model
So
it if it's flat.
you realize that your idea that the earth is a ball because of what you're viewing in the sky is an assumptive.
No.
Yes, it is.
You asked me the question, and I'm telling you that it doesn't work because you would model it with a right angle triangle.
All right. So what we found out after modeling it with the right angle triangle, what you're saying is that you're still with the flat sky. Right?
I don't know
All
what
right,
a flat sky is just as much as I don't know what a round sky is.
Stop. Okay. So I'm going to say it one more time. When we see these stellar aberrations, such as something not showing up how it should geometrically using geometry, and then make an assumption that that's due to a curvature of the surface of where I'm looking at it from, is tantamount to thinking that the reason the planetarium looks the way it is because the floor that I'm on is curved. It's on a flat ceiling, but everybody's on a curved floor looking at it from different places. That's dumb. And it's an assumption. And
It's
another
geometry.
one of these crappy things, y'all say, oh, well, this can only mean. No, it doesn't only mean that, because we don't know, again, what is the shape of that which contains us and what is the medium beyond it.
Okay, so we've got the moon, right? And it's 5,000 kilometers up. And let's just call it a spot, whatever it is.
I think you're like just on repeat. You're on a roundabout. I
I'm
understand what
gonna
you're
ask a question,
trying to say. I understand what you're trying to say. And I'm saying that it can be the opposite.
No, I'm just asking a question about this curved flat sky thing, right? We've got the moon 5,000 kilometers above.
Okay.
Right? It's just a thing that's 5,000 kilometers up. I
Well,
don't understand what you mean when you said it's flat or
we
curved.
assume that's where it's at, but yeah, okay.
You said you measured it. You agree with these measurements, right?
This, according to what you've drawn on here, that's what we have. Okay.
Right. So it is 5,000 kilometers up.
We can agree that this thing that we're showing isn't really reality, right? I mean, I'm hoping people
Isn't it reality isn't this your reality?
What's that?
Isn't this your reality?
No, I'm talking about the graph, this little thing. That's a graph. Okay. And the calculations are being done with it through a program called Stellarium, which is programmed, right, to assume a curvature of Earth.
This is GeoGebra. This is just geometry. I haven't opened the Stellarium.
Okay, so then that should be if the sky. So what you're saying is that when that goes in and those angles of view change as someone gets closer or further away from the zenith point. That's what you're saying, right? And you're saying that happens because of the curve of the Earth. Yes, I'm saying it's happening because of the curve of the sky.
And that's what I'm trying to ask you. This moon is just an object 5,000 kilometers up.
All right.
I don't even know what it means to say that's curved.
Well, we're assuming it's 5,000 kilometers up.
Didn't we just measure it?
Okay, now wait. Okay, that's a hell of a long way, right?
Okay.
So that in miles is what's that work out in English?
3,100 miles, something like that.
3,100 miles. Okay, that's a pretty good distance away, right? So that would definitely put it most likely beyond the containment. Okay. Which would mean that it is somehow in that medium, whether it's within wait a second, whatever medium is beyond the containment.
And what's that?
I don't know. How would I know? How would you know? How would anybody know? Nobody's got through it.
Well, I know what's up there because we've been up there to measure.
No, nobody's been up there. That's a lie. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. In order to get up there, they would have had to get through the containment. How did they get through the containment to get up there?
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Ake.
This is the concaver, right?
I think it is. But what I'm getting at is how did they get past the barrier? They have to go faster than a bullet, right? They say they have to go faster than a bullet to get up through that thing, right? And so all of a sudden you hit something, whether it be a really thick medium or whether it be some kind of a solid object, that is going to fucking kill the people inside. It's going to turn them to liquid instantaneously. So how do they survive such a thing?
There's no barrier.
Well, there has to be.
That's your assertion.
No, it's not my assertion. It's a natural law. It's an immutable fact. There is no way. No. You're not turning that around again, bro.
Yes, I am.
You even said the only example you have of such a condition anywhere is the very one in question. And that's not
the
good
only
enough.
logically possible one.
What's that?
It's everything I show you.
Well, that's
is
because
either
what you're saying is not possible. You can't just say, well, that's because it's the only possible one.
Everything I show you is either a container or not a container. What is the only logically possible thing that's not a container?
What are you talking about?
Well, you're saying it's the only one, and of course it is. You've either got things that are contained or not contained.
Right.
Everything I show you that is a container.
Give me an instance of a fluid volume collected together without containment. Okay.
Yeah, the atmosphere.
So can I just make a fucking ball of say 17 psi air and hold on to it or something? Could I Could I have a ball of water right here in front of me somewhere?
No.
I don't think I could do either of those things. Could I?
No.
No.
I don't claim that you can.
Why can't I do that?
Because of gravity.
No.
Okay.
No, it's not because of gravity. Why can't I push together a ball of air? Why can't I push together a ball of air? Why can't I take my hand like this and go like this and then compress a ball of air right there? What's keeping that from being compressed right there?
Yeah, it's uncontained.
Right, it's uncontained. That's right.
No.
Gases don't attract to each other either, they don't.
Well, they have mass, and masses attract.
Well, no, they don't attract each other. You can't show me gases attracting each other.
I can show you mass attracting mass.
I don't know. Well, you can say you're showing that, but then again, that's going to go back to your crackpot Cavendish shit, and I would be embarrassed to use that. I really would.
Why? It shows things moving towards each other.
All right. Here's what you do then. Show your Cavendish experiment, and on one side have your ball of lead, and on the other side have your ball of air. And I want to see that ball of air get sucked over there to that fucking ball of lead.
You're aware that molecules of air are traveling.
Or you could just put
Hang on. You want me to answer that or not?
Wait a second. Put a small amount of oxygen inside of a vacuum chamber with a lead ball, right? And then
do you want to answer
wait a second. A big lead ball. Put it there in the Van Allen or what's that place down there? The Glen Allen Research, right? They got that big vacuum chamber. So I would suppose they could probably put a great big fucking huge ball of lead inside there and take that down to, I don't know, really almost really low pressure, right? And even a vacuum, there's still going to be some gas in there because you can't have a complete vacuum. And then what should happen is, since there's so little of that gas in those particles that have mass in there, and the only thing in that thing would be that big lead ball, they should be able to come back, and all of what remained of the gas inside of that vacuum chamber should be stuck to that ball, right?
All right. So you asked about a massive.
Of course, we know that would not work, right? That's ridiculous. And this is what you're supposing. This is what you're supposing, is that for some reason, this mass attracting mass somehow will pull gases toward it. It will pull the very atmos around us into this thing, and then we got the gravity of the moon, which is causing billions of gallons of water to recede from the shore because of the moon's gravity. It's pulling millions and billions of gallons of water, and we don't feel any type of pressure relief or differential anywhere on the earth as a result of the moon's gravity pulling on the atmosphere, which it should be able to do really quite easily if it can pull on the water that hard. Okay, that's really kind of weird, because I know that if I've ever used a vacuum cleaner or anything else like that, or even a pressure washer, if I'm trying to, the heavier objects are not as influenced as easily as the lighter objects, right? So if I've got some gravel and some feathers on the floor, and I take my shop vac and I go to pick that shit up, the feathers are going to come up, and I'm going to have to get closer and add more force to pick up the rocks, because it takes more force to pick up the rocks than it does the feathers. So we should see a noticeable difference in what would be an atmospheric tide. I mean, that whole idea right there is just like this. None of this stuff it's all Star Trek fantasy bullshit, man. Every last bit of it, including supposing a curved sky for a curved earth. I mean, that's ridiculous in itself. To use that, yes, you can navigate by these stars, and people know where they're supposed to be by looking at them from various points on the earth. By no way, shape, or form does that actually tell you where they're at, what they're in, or what they are. And it's certainly not a way to say that can only mean that the earth is curved. Come on, man. So what's going on? We got some people come up here. Moon Bounce came. No longer on the ball is with us. And Dr. Ake. Dr. Ake, how are you doing tonight? You've been here first. What's happening? I don't know if he's here. There you go.
Yes. Hey.
Good. How are you tonight?
Very good, thank you. But it's not night time. It's about 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, you're about
Oh,
you're
no.
12 hours. From
Right.
me. 12 hours.
Right. Now, I can go outside and look at the sun, and it's about 45 degrees above the horizon to my northeast. Can that guy in Sydney tell me where he sees the sun at the moment?
Do I have to go outside?
Unless you got X-ray
Well,
vision, I would imagine.
I will put Stellarium's balls on the line and just use it.
no, just go outside and have a look where it is.
Come on,
Tell
don't
me
be a
where the
chugger,
sun
guys.
is.
Good.
Tell me
That
where
would-
the sun is.
You got access to the real thing. Fuck the computer, bro.
Oh, Jesus. So you have to.
Oh, come on. What do you got to go? Like 30 feet?
All right, fine. Hold on.
I'm going to put this down.
Right.
No, I can bring this back up when he's got something. While he's going to look at that, what else? What's going on, Dr. A?
Well, tonight we've got more or less a full moon.
Yeah.
And if we do the same experiment tonight, and I look out and the moon is 45 degrees above the horizon to my northeast, and the guy in Sydney looks at it, you'll see that if we draw the triangulation, it's about 3,000 miles from me to him.
Are
The
you
distance from us.
Are you
distance from
familiar-
us
oh,
to
I'm sorry. I was just going to ask you: Are you factoring in using descriptive geometry to get a true slope and angle of the viewpoints?
Listen, I can
No,
go
I'm
outside now.
curious. I'm curious because listen, when I learned that in engineering, that was a huge help to me, man. It's just like what I was talking about, Dr. Ox. If you can see the camera, it's just like, okay, so you see this line of this pen and it's angled and tilted back, right? And using descriptive geometry is a method where you can pull this out to its true slope and angle, right? You're actually pulling it out from your view so that you, and it's really a cool method. We used it in drafting quite often. So yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just asking.
I've taken a photo of the sun. Give me a minute. I've got to blur out my location.
What kind of
We
angle?
don't. We don't have to be terribly accurate. I mean, roughly is good enough. You'll see the difference in 10% difference in the angle doesn't make much difference at all.
Yeah. All right, so I'll share this one.
So just tell me, what is the height of the sun above the horizon, and in what direction is it from your perspective?
Oh, it'll be a little bit west of north. Let me share it 1 sec. There you
Yeah,
go.
okay.
That's 53.3 degrees elevation. And it says, like my phone says 345 degrees azimuth.
That's good enough. Now, what distance is it from you to me?
Where are you?
Walpole, Perth, for example.
Walpole,
I'm not
Perth.
far.
I'm in Mossman, Sydney.
Yeah, right. So roughly how many miles from me to you in miles?
Miles. All right. Walpole.
Because that's what we use when we measure geo stuff. We use miles.
No, we don't. 1,964.
Nearly 2,000 miles.
Yep. We should do a moon parallax.
Yeah, it'll be exactly the same.
Yeah, you and me should do a moon parallax.
Pardon?
Have you got a decent camera? You and I should parallax the distance to the moon.
Yeah, I've got a P900.
Yeah, let's do that.
The moon isn't up at the moment, okay?
I know.
At the moment, we can only see the sun, right?
Yep.
So given that distance from you to me, and given those two angles, if you put those on a piece of paper, what is the distance from the ground to the sun?
So the
You've
sun's
got the two
GP.
angles. You've got a baseline and two angles. That you form a triangle. And what is the distance from the baseline to the apex?
To the sun's GP or to the sun itself?
The sun itself.
Yeah, well, that depends
That's
on what
what-
the shape is between us, right?
No.
Yes, it does. We just spent an
Okay.
hour on this.
Well, let's do it both ways. Let's
Okay, let's do
assume
that.
that it's a globe, and tell me the distance now from the baseline to the apex.
All right, give me all the data, and I'll do it this afternoon and come back
No,
tomorrow.
no. Hey, stop. What about if you don't use that? And what about if we assume the Earth is flat? How far is it from the baseline to the apex of that triangle we've created?
Yeah, I'll have to work it out on a flat map and on the
No,
globe.
just roughly. Please tell me roughly what it is.
What's your?
Oh, I
I'm
can
doing that
tell
on Google
you.
Earth. So what was your
Roughly.
azimuth to the sun? What was your azimuth to the sun?
The sun is 45 degrees above the horizon, and it is exactly northeast of me.
Northeast, so 45 degrees azimuth as well.
Okay, right. So now you've got a triangle from you to me, the baseline, and we've got the two angles. Without going into any complications, how far is it from the baseline to the apex?
Hang on, I'm just working it out. Hold on.
It doesn't have to be within bloody 10 miles.
Hang on. So 345 was my azimuth. So they meet somewhere in Papua New Guinea. Yeah, they meet in Papua New Guinea. And that is... So assuming a flat Earth, and yeah, so 2,700 miles above the flat Earth.
Right. And I can tell you, if we do the same thing tonight, when the moon is in roughly the same place, the calculation will be exactly the same. The sun and the moon are both the same size, apparently, and they are both the same distance from the surface of the Earth.
Okay,
Boom.
but did you miss the first hour of this
You
show?
don't need to bullshit any more than that. I've heard it all before.
Okay.
I've heard it 100 times. What I've just told you is very simple.
I know, it's too simple. It's
Well,
too simple.
why does it have to be any more complicated to that? You're assuming, once again, you're assuming a curve. Okay?
No, he's assuming
Stop
flat as
doing
well.
that. I know that's what you want to keep throwing in there. Okay, well, that's assuming a flat Earth. No, we have everything that we observe shows us that this thing is fucking level, man.
Yeah.
There
I
is
say the same
no
thing, Dave.
curve.
I say the same thing.
Well, I think you're blind or something, man.
I think you're blind. I
You
can
know,
say
I mean,
exactly
it's
the
like
same thing.
if I can look past where there should be a physical horizon, and there is no longer this physical horizon as prescribed by the size the Earth is told to be, then I know that that's bullshit, don't I? I mean, I'm not looking around corners.
But you keep saying we have to know what the medium is, right, for this moon
Well,
size.
yes,
right?
yes, we do.
Okay.
We have to know what the shape of the containment is, because that's obviously we're looking through the containment, or the things are in the container itself. And I don't mean within the volume of the container, but like, you know, like if you had a bowl that had sparklies embedded in the glass, you know, or little SpongeBob characters or something, you know, like that. We don't know. And there again, we don't know what the medium is. It could be distorting, as I've shown several times on this show. The man in the curved pool appears way out of place from where his actual location is. And we know that water lies, but when it lies level. All right. So I want to give Moon Bounce and No Longer on the Ball a minute here to chime in. You guys,
I get to respond to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You want me to take into account some medium that's out in, you know, what I would call space, but you won't take into account the medium of you know, these C2 observations.
Well, wait a second. I don't know what the medium is. You claim to know what the medium is. You say that it's this system that would defy entropy. And we've already demonstrated that that would be absolutely impossible to have a volume of fluid without some kind of containment. So your assumption that people have actually gone into this medium or lack of medium that you assume has, of course, been exposed as lies at every turn, up from the spacesuits not being adequate for the environment that they tell us that it is, all the way up to and including how the hell did they get through the container? I mean, they green screen everything. They make models of shit, pass it off as reality. I've got hours of video of their bullshit, launching space satellites from the shuttle. Oops, there's Charlie. He's in the background in space, big head and shit right behind it. You got people accidentally making noise on the moon. You got contradictory stories between the eyewitnesses that say, oh yeah, we can see all the stars. No, you can't see any stars. They don't know. They lie. They obfuscate. And they trick you. This whole thing's just a mind fuck, and nobody's buying it anymore. Listen, I'm going to show a thing here in a little bit, and I'm going to let Moonbounce talk, and also no longer on the ball. But I'm going to show you this thing. Neil deGrasse Tyson's post on Facebook had the latest picture of the moon. And so what I like to do is I go in and I look at I kind of analyze the responses. And so on Facebook, it'll tell you how many of the people seen it, how many are thumbs up, how many are laughy faces, how many are hearts. And I looked, and out of 13,000 responses, there was 4,000 laughy faces. And then I started reading the comments. And the majority of the comments were like, that's some fake looking shit, man. I mean, everything was terrible as far as the comments were concerned. People aren't buying the crap no more, man. They're just not floating with it. It's not working for some reason. The spell is wearing off of everyone. And it's unfortunate because there's people that have their lives vested in this falsehood. You know, and truth is truth, even in a minority of one. And when there's tactics used like what are used by the globe and the brainwashing behind it of ridicule, it's always with ridicule and incredulity going, oh my God, how could you believe such a ridiculous thing? When in reality, the globe is the most ridiculous claim. And of course, ridiculous claims require extraordinary proof, of which there's none. There's no proof of any axial rotation. There's no proof of any orbit. There's no proof of any convexity. And by transposing a possibly curved sky, which I believe it is, onto the flat level plane is nothing more than a guy trying to pretend that he sawed a woman in half on a stage. That's what it looks like to me. So Moonbounce, what do you think?
Right on, man. Right on. Right on.
Thank you, Dr. Alki. Moonbounce, what you got, brother?
Hey, I'm just listening and trying to like figure out in between the statements and the talking, because it's hard to figure out when like everybody's talking at once or talking over. But you know, there's just some things I've noticed is you know, when like the people from NASA, if someone says, yeah, like we've been through the moon, it's like how does anyone then, are they themselves discrediting everything that the astronauts and NASA is saying about, hey man, we can't get past low Earth orbit. You know, we can't. Even the astronauts are saying that now. We can't get past low Earth orbit. You know, one day we might be able to, but as of right now, we can't do it. So why would then anybody say, yeah, we've been there? So who's discrediting who in that conversation? Is like, so now NASA's actually lying and saying, nah, man, we can't get past low Earth orbit. You know, the Van Allen belts are out there and there's no way we can do it. And
we lost the technology, and it's a painful process to build it back.
Right, in a nanosecond. But what also gets me is like them saying that, the Earth rotates, like I was saying the other night, one time per 24 hours, one time per day. So, like spin yourself around and see if water flies off you. But then they'll say, hey, man, the planet's an oblate spheroid, really, because it's been like cruising around in this rotation. So it's like oblonged itself at the equator. But if it's strong enough to like pull the mass apart from the so-called gravity to oblong it, how come it's not slinging people off? How are we still staying on, but somehow it's enough to pull the sphere into an oblong spheroid, because of the rotation, but we're not slinging off of it, and we can't feel that for some reason.
Well,
Do you
have
want
you
the
ever
answer
had
to
a
that?
tire? Have you ever had a tire out of balance?
Yeah.
They got these little weights on your tire, and if they get out of place, your tire will be out of balance, right? And the faster you go, the worse that wobble is. I've had conditions where you get up to about 40, 50 mile an hour, and then some bitch is just rattling the side of your car. You got to pull in someplace and get that taken care of, man, or you're going to shake your car apart, ruin your wheel. So I look at the structure of what they say is this globe, and I see these mismatched and unbalanced places of landmass with unequal amounts of water dispersed among it, right? And I'm trying to think, this thing is spinning. And this is another thing they do. Well, it's one rotation a day. I don't give a shit. It's still 1,039 miles an hour at the equator, according to you guys. I don't give a shit if you're going in a cruise ship or a rowboat. 1,039 miles an hour is still 1,039 miles. Okay. It doesn't matter. Size does not matter when it comes to that. So this whole thing of it spinning and whirling at this incredible fucking speed, right? While maintaining everything still sticking to it, gravity being so strong that it can stop the centrifugal force of everything trying to fly off of it. All the shit is out of balance in different densities. What's that going to do? That thing would shake and wobble like a goddamn tire out of balance and come apart. It doesn't work. Nothing. None of the suppositions hold up to any kind of scrutiny whatsoever. You understand?
I understand that part because it's like that graph that the geometry graph of, let's put the moon at 5,000. Let's just say it's at 5,000, but somehow it moves according to a calculation that's put within the program of a something and go, okay, but then they can't make that stay there. Reminds me of that. If we're all looking in our, like I'm walking out here tonight in my own personal, like hemispherical bubble, kind of like, I have my own perception of where that moon's located to me, like what he's saying in Parallax, that if somebody was walking a mile behind me over there, I'd be claiming, well, the moon's right here to me. And they'll be like, well, no, I see the moon over here, of it actually being in that personal viewpoint of what each person has in their distance perspective. That being like a or like a half of a dome, that if we're not looking at what we're looking at is within that personal thing, that
Right.
personal dome.
Yeah.
Where we're
We don't
taking
see the same
measurements
thing,
from.
man. We don't see the same thing. You're looking at like we're actually kind of we're seeing the same thing, but we're not seeing it in the same like exact place. Each one of us. That's really like a rainbow.
And whether it's even there, like you're saying,
Yeah,
whether
yeah.
it's really even in that spot or it's been, what's that, where they reflected or refracted from somewhere else. And if
Yeah.
you're taking a measurement, are you really taking the measurement of where that object is, or where just the reflection
Where
of
to-
the
yeah.
refraction of it,
Right.
that it's really somewhere else?
I mean, let's face it, you couldn't use that parallel. You don't, when people see the moon from two different places, it's not like they're seeing more of the ball from this side and more of this ball from that side. It's the exact same view It's the exact same face. It looks the same to you no matter where it is in the sky, like the bat signal. Just throwing that out there. No longer on the ball. I believe you have something of great importance. I'm sorry I took so long to get to you. What do you got for us, brother? Talk to me.
Hey, so I wanted to show you guys
Cool.
something. It's a kind of a presentation
All
thing, I
right.
guess. But you might have seen this before, but let me share my screen here if I can. Okay, let me see if I can figure it out first. I can tell it to do the entire screen. Why
Sure.
not, right?
There's no sound
Okay,
to it,
cool.
is there? Okay, because I was going
No.
to say there's a little thing you got to usually click that says share tab sound or whatever. But, oh,
Okay, can you see?
Before, man.
Okay, have you seen
No,
this?
not this, I don't believe. Let's see. Future strategic issues.
So the future strategic issues / future warfare circa 2025. This is by NASA. So you wonder why, NASA spends $70 million a day. Well, they're figuring out how to blow us up. They're a military complex. So first of all, I took some notes here, but it's going to be a little awkward to do it because my screen, I only got one screen on my computer. But so first of all, this is the cover page. So let me go flip over to page 6. Oops. Page 6, we need to plan differently because the world, is changing and stuff like that. So here they are talking about how we need to plan warring differently because, how things go. So let's go over to page 8. Sorry. Humans have, quote unquote, taken over and vastly shortened, quote unquote, evolution. So we have taken over, shortened the evolution of the planet, of the human species, and the products of / life forms. Now, first of all, you should probably be wondering, why does NASA have anything to do with determining that people are a threat and having an article called Future of Warfare?
Oh yeah, I got this page bookmarked. I got this bookmarked to look at on my phone. I was like, oh, I got to get into this. I've been stretched so thin, bro.
Yeah. So So the technological ages of mankind, we've been the hunter-killer millions of years ago. Yeah, right. Agriculture, 10,000 a year. Industrial, IT, bio, nano / virtual. So I guess sometime here in the future, we're going to become virtual, as in we won't even exist, according to them, right? They don't even want us to exist.
Can you put the link to this in the chat, or just put it in the private chat if you want to, and I can throw it.
Yep. Sure. Yeah. This is awesome stuff. So I read it a long time ago, but it just kind of dawned on me because that's was part of my other part of the presentation was I was going to show you my NASA page I've been working on, and I've got this linked into that NASA page. But I'll just kind of breeze through this real quickly. You guys can read this stuff later, so I won't go through the whole thing. But U.S. Human Brain Project, the IT study of the brain and the neurons and crap. Okay, does this stuff sound familiar? So this is an article from, let me see. Let's see when this thing came out. Did I write that down? Oops. It came out in, I don't know when it came out. Anyway, a little while ago, about 5 years ago or something. So this is before any, kind of planning demics or anything like that.
Before they started ramping shit up.
Yeah, exactly. So this has already been in the game here. So this article, if you read at the very beginning, this is actually a presentation. So the very first page, it was, done by one of their big honchos in NASA. So this thing was designed to be a slideshow. So they'd have a bunch of, perverted freaks sitting around in a conference room together, probably with a slideshow projector, and they just click the button and flip through different slides, and this little asshole terrorist mofo would present these pages. And laugh about, you know, how humans are needing to go. So anyway, they're talking about global problems, remote learning and warfare. I'll show you that page. Whoops.
I mean, there's no doubt they're not human. There's no doubt that they're not human.
Accelerated.
Not in our sense. I mean, the way they even refer to the chattel as though they're a different species.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's very telling, I think. And it also, I was thinking about that too. I was like, well, I'll let you get back on your thing, but when I was been considering the medium, and it would stand to reason that even though they know that they can't get through it, they're still trying to put a hole in it so that they can, I don't know, maybe they know it's up there and they're trying to fucking make it flood us out or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, why would they care if their physical incarnation goes? They're not really, they're just living in an avatar anyways. I believe they're demons, but go right ahead, man.
I believe you. So yeah, there's a page here about aluminum vortex combustors and micro powdered aluminum fed into a vortex combustor burns seawater. Wow. Okay, who knows what that crap even means? But let's move on here. There's a few more pages that are really good here, as in bad. So newer sensors, smart nanotags, smart card sensors, implants, smart dust, floats in the air.
Yeah, man, that's some shit, that smart dust. I want to let everybody know I put the link to this page that he's on right here. I put that in the description and also in the chat. So if the chat is streamed by and you can't find it, go to the description. I got it in there. It's under NASA warfare. So go ahead. They're no longer on the ball.
Some explosive smart dust opportunities. The formation of explosive lenses, infiltration of deeply buried and other such targets. Explosive dust. Wow. Micro dust weaponry. A mechanical analog to micron-sized mechanized dust, which is distributed as an aerosol and inhaled into the lungs. Hello, crop dusters. Dust mechanically bores into lung tissue and executes various pathological missions, quote unquote. A wholly new class of weaponry, which is legal. Isn't that cute? Which is legal. So I find this stuff freaking A. This is NASA, people. This is our fake space or CGI shop. No, that's a bodega. Their CGI crap is a bodega. They are.
Dude, I have been saying that shit, man. Look it, man. If Hollywood could produce the movie Gravity with just a fraction of the money that NASA gets, and they produce this crap, got people believing all this other bullshit. I was always saying, man, this stuff is going into black projects, man. This is going in somewhere else. This is going to NASA, and those people ain't making a mint of money. So this is it's just a big money laundering scheme, man. It's like the titty bar that actually has a prostitution ring running in the back. You understand? Keep them distracted and everything. Oh yeah, of course there's naked girls running around. It's a strip club and shit, you know. But then you find out that the real thing where they're really taking it is to this level, and you know. They do this all the time with everything. That's why we have such a budgetary problem. Well, we have a budgetary problem because of the Federal Reserve, but that's my son's that's my son's wheelhouse.
Yeah, it's a sham. It's a big freaking terrorist group that have taken over our country. So here we go. EMP, info nets, psi warfare. Sensors, mines, fuel, air, dust, thermal barriers, RF, heating, blah, blah, surface, blah, blah, blah. All this crap. Let's see here. Legal weapons. Let's go over to, what was that, 54. What is apparently legal? Microwave/RF, anti-functional and anti-personnel weaponry. Chemical anti-functional weaponry, chemical psychological effects via sensory organ weaponry. Example, smell. chemical personnel incapacitation weaponry in non-warfare, acoustic weaponry, mechanical micro dust. They think that's legal. The son of a bitches. Check this out.
That thing up there where it says, put that back on that last
Yeah.
one. All right, where it says chemical anti-functional weaponry. Okay.
Mhm.
So that gets around poison gas and puts you in the realm of being able to use tranquilizer gases, perhaps even Prozac spray in the air. Besides a high degree of aluminum in that shit, and we know that Prozac's a product of the aluminum. So, you know, that's what that's talking about right there. Anti-functional weaponry, chemical anti-functional weaponry.
Yeah.
Put everybody to sleep or whatever else would be a broad general term for it, but you can put people to sleep without them having to close their eyes, and we see the results of that in our world every day now, don't we?
Yep, absolutely.
Drugged out, they're like crazy.
Yeah. Trying to think of the other chemical that they can use that they can drop on your in the air. It's
Lithium.
basically a sedative as well. It makes people docile.
Lithium?
Lithium, yep, thank you. Yeah. That's the one.
Now, in small doses, it's actually good for you.
Yeah, I suppose, but but it definitely, they can make you not angry or whatever.
We got lithium, natural lithium water springs around here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So happy water. That's what people call it, happy water.
Yeah, I don't want to mess with that stuff. So I hate to even say, because Ruhif's been bothering the crap out of your chat, by the way. Anyway, I almost wanted him to see this, just because, you know, why not? So, okay, here's the blast wave accelerator. It's a global precision strike on the cheap. No barrel, 200-foot notch rail, sequentially detonated, distributed HE, Mach 21 or less, up to 3,000 pounds. Base is anywhere. $200 per pound of projectile. Excellent stealth, affordability. Being worked on at the Aberdeen and NASA. Okay, so what this tells me is there's this blast wave accelerator weapon that has global precision strike. So I'm going to stick down this little thing on the ground, and here, I'll show you a picture of it. It's right here. I'm going to put some projectiles in this machine, and it's able to shoot these little missile projectiles globally. Now, how do you do that on a ball? I guess you could say they would slingshot it around the imaginary bullshit, but on a flat plane, this would probably work pretty damn good.
Did you see what I just had up on the screen?
No, I'm kind of in.
Okay, I understand. You're looking at a screen. It says Melodome said he spoke to 2 pilots today at his bar. They said it's flat as F.
Nice, Melodome. You are on fire lately. Yeah, definitely.
He didn't even get to finish he says, I didn't even get to finish my question. They knew what I was going to ask. They said they get asked that all the time. No doubt, right? And then Lucky said down here that this shit's growing. And that's what I was saying, man. I was on Neil deGrasse Tyson's fucking Facebook page, and he's getting raked, man.
Uh-huh.
He's getting raked by people. People aren't buying it. He's not the big god that he thought he was. Anyway, continue. Yeah, that's great. How do you do that on a globe, for real?
Yeah. So this thing kind of goes on and on. It's very I'm trying to think of the word. It's vague, but very alarming.
Mm-hmm.
It talks about just
silent weapons for quiet wars.
Oh, and then there's nano. Oh, we just got done with all of these weapons of mass destruction, but here comes nano. Future warfare on the cheap. Oh, they're worried about their budget. They're worried about how much money they steal from us to kill us with. So they're trying to do it on the cheap. Isn't that thoughtful? So, I gotta give him a round of applause for that. You know, trying to kill people on the cheap.
It's like this, man. It's genius. Even though it's diabolical, you have to at least admire the fact of how ingenious it is. But it's extremely psychopathic as shit, man.
Mm-hmm. Oh, one last thing I want to just show you in this document. So here's the exploit CNN. Actually, I already passed it. I thought that was funny, the CNN syndrome.
It's down there.
But no, I actually need to back up to page 72. This is some creepy crap right here, my friend. Weapons, munitions, utilize animals. Example, urban rats, insects as delivery systems, munitions, feeding, swarming, biting, poisoning.
Okay,
Wow.
those are vectors.
Well, yeah, but
I was a nuclear biological chemical NCO for my unit in Germany. And that's one of the things we teach about is how they can spread diseases and other chemical weapons by the use of, just like that, animals, genetically engineered mosquitoes, all kinds of manner of shit. Oh, didn't somebody just release a bunch of genetically modified mosquitoes, Bill Gates? I mean,
let me guess, a famous eugenicist PC geek?
right? I mean,
Yeah. Oh, by the way, speaking of eugenicists, PC geeks, I don't know what about you all think here, but just food for thought, literally. The store named Costco,
yeah,
the CEO of that was Bill Gates' dad.
no,
Bill Gates' dad was the CEO of Planned Parenthood as well.
I knew that.
So
I didn't know
there's some relationship things that you got to watch out for. If you notice the size of people that go in and out of Costco, they're usually much larger than Walmart people. And their food, we used to shop there, but just think about that. I'm wondering, if I still did, I'd be taking a magnet there, if you know what I'm saying.
Listen, I've noticed that. I'm glad you said something. I thought it was just me. But I have noticed amongst the people that purchase their food at Walmart, as opposed to other grocery stores or even smaller independent, seem to be the most unhealthy looking people. I mean, I've just made this comparison and I'm like, holy shit. And even down to, because your nutrition affects your neural abilities, you know, your intelligence, your thought processes, everything. That's because it's fuel, right? And if your fuel is got crap in it, just like your automobile, it's not going to perform properly. And I think that you're on the ball with that by doing this to the food, another form of pharmakia. That's how that magic works. You poisons, potions to control or kill your opponent. And they use that. And I think that that's true because I look at the origins of Walmart. I look at the origins of, now, as you say, Costco and some of these others. And then I just sit back and I watch the people. What's their physical condition compared to when I go to my grocery store or when I go to the organic store in Harrisonburg?
Absolutely.
You see a drastic correlation, man.
Yep. And it breaks my heart to even say it, but I'm saying it because I love y'all. It's something to be careful of where you shop nowadays.
Yes.
Seriously.
They didn't trick everybody into the right. And they know that nobody's going to fall for that bullshit again, except for maybe the same people that fell for it the last time. Now they're going to try to get it in you some other way. And in comes hey, it's National Cheeseburger Week. Oh shit, I didn't get out my cheeseburger cards in time. Fuck, my cheeseburger tree. I didn't put a made up holiday. And these outfits, these fast food places giving away hamburgers, 1 cent hamburger at Wendy's, right? I could go in there with $1 and get 100 hamburgers, really, and you're not going to lose money on that? Why do you want me to have that? Why do you want me to have that so bad?
That's right. You got it. It's government subsidized beef. Why? Does it because it has the rest of the 200,000 children that go missing near what her name? Hillary Clinton?
That and more. that more careful. Now, these are the opinions of not the show itself, but merely the panelists on the show. We have to be real careful. The blue-haired lesbians at Google get really upset when you talk about certain. But I agree. But it's not just that. You've heard my idea about, there's a lot of people die every day.
I'm just kidding. I'm hoping that glass ceiling will get shattered. I love her too.
Yeah. Well, that was something else I want to touch on. So keep me with that. But yeah, why do we not see enough new graveyards that would match the amount of people, or even a percentage of the amount of people that die every year? I mean, wouldn't you see like a grand opening, or have known somebody who was the first person to be buried in this brand new cemetery or something?
I'll tell you what I think on that. My wife did genealogy research, She's also into history, looking things up. She's a stellar at finding this stuff. So she ended up having to get death certificates, just things for family genealogies, all of this stuff. She just knows how to get into that stuff and find it. One thing used to be a good source of information was your newspapers. And you know what? All of the newspapers, they would have that, what's that thing called? The obituaries?
Yeah, the obituary.
Obituaries, yeah. They'd have obits. All of the obits are gone. They're gone now. They took them out of the pages.
No way. They're not in ours. We still have ours.
Oh, wow. They disappeared all over the place around California. So that's what she mostly researched. So anyway, obits are getting hard to find.
Isn't it weird? I mean, you look at these obituaries, and I was looking at it, I was like, oh my God, man. All these people died in alphabetical order, man.
No kidding, huh?
I'm up toward the front of the alphabet. Lisa says, oh my God, I was waiting to see if you go for the cheeseburger stuff. Well, I do question things, Lisa, and that's why you're easily fooled. That's why you're easily fooled. Do you really think that Wendy's was doing that because they like you, because they care about you, or because they really wanted to celebrate this made-up fucking holiday of Cheeseburger Day? Are you goddamn kidding me, man? Really? That's why you're easily fooled. You don't question things. You don't look at it. You should always be suspicious, man.
Especially when your God, NASA, happens to be planning how to eliminate people by the masses for cheese.
And they're not the only ones. Oh my God.
Not.
I gotta find that. I'll find it. Go ahead and keep talking. I'm gonna find that. I found this thing where they made this mashup of Klaus Schwab singing a song, and it was funny as hell, man. I gotta find that.
Oh, is it that one thing? Yeah, I saw it.
Here it is. I got it. I found it. This is fucking hilarious. I'm just gonna put your thing backstage. Don't close it up because we can go back to it.
Okay.
But don't close it up. So I'm just gonna take it behind stage right now, and then I'm gonna present a share screen.
And then after that, I'm almost done.
All right, cool. This is funny, but people are gonna laugh their ass off at this. I swear to God. Is that unmuted? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, this is different.
Own nothing.
Here's a little song I wrote. You might want to hear it in your pod. You'll own nothing and be happy. Ain't got no cash, ain't got no car, but 24 booster shots in your arm. Own nothing. Be happy. You can't even buy shit in the store because of your low social credit score. Oh, nothing. Be happy. You will own nothing and be happy. Be happy and eat the bugs.
Damn, it feels good to be in Schwarbler. A real Schwarbler.
I just thought that was funny as shit.
Holy shit. Yeah, I did drop that link too. That's funny crap.
Yeah, let me grab that. That's pretty good. Let's see. I put it on my page, so you got. Oh, wait. I don't know what I got to do. Let me share that.
Oh my gosh.
It is funny as shit, and I'm like,
with
no.
Bill, with Billy Boy comes in with the harmony. That's great.
I know he stuck him right in there. That was bad as shit.
Might as well have Musk in there too.
I'm surprised they've got some other mashup stuff that's pretty funny too.
You know, Musk has got a boring company, right? He owns the Boring Company.
Does he?
Yeah. You know what the Boring Company is, right? Sounds really boring, but really it's actually talking about boring, as in drilling
Like
holes,
frack?
as in tunnels. He owns a gigantic tunnel digger.
Oh, they're doing tunnels. Okay.
And they're doing all these freaking under the ground tunnels back and forth between cities, you know, where people can go across and then up in different places secretly.
They've got tunnels all over the place. You know, it's really crazy. They were doing the Los Angeles subway back in the early 1900s. They were tunneling in this place, and they found already tunnels in there with tiles, tracks, and all kinds of shit already there. Where the hell did that come from? They locked them off and went a different way.
Yeah, some old world stuff. That's why this is America is the new world. Is because it's really the old world.
It's really the old world. I'm coming to that belief myself. I really am.
Yeah. I don't give a crap about Tertullius so much and Mandela's, honestly, but old world, I believe that for sure. But okay, so as you all know, I've been working on a wiki, and you know, the idea of a wiki is it's designed, you know, wikis like Wikipedia. It's just massive amounts of information out there in the world, you know, that's all held in a wiki. The beauty of them is they're built by the community. And so, you know, listening to some of these podcasts and stuff, some of these guys talk about how it'd be nice to have a true Earth wiki. So I started building one because I can, basically. I don't know how to build a wiki, but I know at least enough to do some research. So I found a place, a hosting company that hosts wikis. They have a server and wiki running software, and they offered this free wikis. And so I put in a request, and I got denied like 3 times. I finally got it in, and it's free. It's ad free is the criteria, because, you know, what I was thinking is since these flat earthers or whoever, you know, we're talking about the need for a wiki. Well, if they're going to use this wiki, they could show it on their screen during a live cast or a debate, or hey, if, you know, Ruhif shows up talking about stupid measurements or something, they could, you know, perhaps look something up in a wiki, because that's what it is for, you know. So anyway, I've been working on that. Thought it was, you know, it's a long ways from done, because I'm not a community, I'm just one guy. But I've been going around and trying to invite as many of the content creators out there as I can. So I've been reaching out to all these different people who have YouTube channels, basically. Jeranism, Flat Earth Dave, Flat Earth Dave's in here, Jeranism's in here, Sav's in here, and I just keep on signing up more and more as time goes by. And what that means is they basically have an account where they can log in, and that gives them the ability to edit. Because if you go to this website yourself, you can look at it all you want, but you can't edit it, because, you know, this is a situation where there's more trolls than there are us. And so I figured this thing needs to be secure. So this is secure as well. And anyway, long story short, this has been a project I've been working on in the background. Since it's secured now, I figured I could say it out loud. But, you know, basically, I'm definitely trying to reach out to these guys. That's why I keep on poking in the chat, say, hey, can I have your email or your Telegram so I can send you a message, because I'm trying to send you an invite to this thing. Basically, it's a gift is what I'm trying to make this be. It's a gift that has a payload of responsibility of actually using it and adding to it. But it's a gift that keeps on giving, because once you have a community in here, their help helps you, your help helps them, Next thing you know, you don't have a flat earther or true earther, sorry, on a debate with deers in the headlights, because they can bring stuff up like old McToon does. He uses his website. He brings crap up. He says, see this, see that. Well, here you go. There you got it too. Now you got the power right here. So this is what it is about. I finally, by the way, I am officially going to Flattoberfest.
Awesome.
My wife got me a ticket, and she's coming too. So we're gonna go and have some fun and party on. We weren't anyway. It just happened today. Just got signed up. I'll be in the Sam's Town, surprisingly. Anyway, so I'll be around. I've sent an email to Karen B asking her if I can show this thing off for like 5 minutes on the stage, maybe hand out some papers, but I doubt she's gonna reply. Honestly, she's so busy. But anyway, and I realize that most of these guys are really busy, so I know that making them they feel obligated to have to contribute, but that's part of the request, but it's not the requirement. They can use this all they want for free without concern of having to contribute. It's just the fact is if they do contribute, their help is going to help someone else, and then someone else is going to help them. So that's the idea, to get everybody in here. Say if you had 50 people all pounding crap together, this thing would go fast.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, here's a NASA page.
I can't wait to get my damn system back so I can, I've got a lot of stuff on there that I know that I've got backed up that will be back on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not on it that I can put together for this thing, including what I'm getting ready to do. Anyways, I'm getting ready to film an experiment I'm trying to do that kind of covers the very thing I was talking to Ruhif about. Mm-hmm. Viewing that medium through a curved lens, and let's suppose what it would be like with water. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a bowl, a dome. I've got this glass bowl. It's almost a full bowl, like a full global bowl, but it's not, right? And I'm going to take it and use like engine sealant adhesive, and I'm going to glue it to the opening down into the bottom of this thing, right? And then I'm going to cut a hole in the bottom of the tote so that there's access up inside, and I'm going to put a camera up inside.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm going to take the tote and I'm going to fill it up with water. And then I'm going to try some experiments. And one of the things I'm going to do is take the lid to the tote and put small holes in it so that it'll let little points of light shine through the lid. And then observe it using the camera inside, moving the camera around and seeing what kind of aberrations I get. Do the same thing without a liquid medium, see what happens. I really am going to put this shit together.
That's beautiful.
I think that'll show a lot. I really do.
I do too. Yeah. I've been dreaming about that too. It's like, why can't we just put together a terrarium size thing because you get those little button cameras, those like, the little spy cameras or whatever, because the smaller the lens, the perspective gets closer to what you'd need, that micro lens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that opening on this is big enough I can actually go up into it with a web camera if I want to. But I do have a little button camera. I'm going to try that as well. But I mean, I could actually put a tripod up through the hole, because I could set the whole thing with the water and the lid and the whole thing on top of a couple of saw benches, and then just put the tripod with the camera underneath it and raise it up inside of the environment.
Wow.
So I think this would be pretty cool.
Yeah. So yeah, here's a kind of just a featured example. So the NASA page, why not, right? So this talks about NASA, what they supposedly are here, the origins, where they came from. It's talking about the moon landings and how it seems to be hoaxes and lies, but all the others, if to further the muddy waters, NASA was founded by satanic worshiping cold black magicians. This is not idle rumor, but fact. NASA is a military Hollywood pseudoscience satanic cartel. So to get into it, you've got Jack Parsons,
Yeah.
this guy. You've got Aleister Crowley. Oh, Jack Parsons, by the way, this guy made the penthouse, the Pentagon,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I believe the Pentagon design was why they chose that for Saturn, is because of the Pentagon, which is, as you know, you're not going to have in nature a Pentagon-shaped vortex ever. It's just horseshit.
I know that thing on Saturn. That's the most ridiculous shit thing. I was always like, how in the hell could that even be? Even when I still believed that it was real, I was looking for what would cause that. And I was trying to think, is it a frequency? Is that a cymatic pattern I'm seeing? You know?
That's a beautiful shit right there.
I like that guy, boy. It's got to tell you, him and his buddy Lamb, who happens to look like what these people say these gray aliens look like.
Yep, that's right.
You know?
Yep. We got L. Ron Hubbard. L. Ron Hubbard is the dude that made the Church of Scientology, the creepy cult.
Well, back on Parsons. Now, he died. Now, from what I understand, he died during some kind of thing where he was opening a portal. And he was still alive when they found him. And he said, I wasn't finished, and died. And there's a lot of people saying that portal's been left open.
Wow.
That's just some more little crazy shit I've heard about this. I don't know, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, he was the father of rocketry. He joked that JPL meant Jack Parsons Laboratory. He started up NASA's Jet Propulsion Labs. So he was an engineer in that respect. He was given a choice with his oath of the abyss, having the choice of madness, suicide, or the oath. And then I took the oath of the Magister Temple, even the oath of the Antichrist before Frater, the 132, the unknown God. And thus I was Antichrist loosed in the world, and to this I am pledged that the works of the beast 666 shall be fulfilled. So he started up NASA, one of them, made the Pentagon. I got Aleister Crowley, picture's good enough. Ron L. Hubbard made Church of Scientology. If you haven't heard of that, that's some good stuff, right? Creepy.
Oh, yeah.
So here you go. Here's your creepy lineup.
Isn't Tom Cruise a big high priest in that shit or something now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. So here's a picture of Jack Parsons, Aleister Crowley, Ron L. Hubbard, Werner von Braun, and Walt Disney, all dressed up in their cute little satanic witches wardrobe.
Oh, let's put on this little. Dude, this space bullshit is nothing but Dungeons and Dragons for Star Trek nerds, dude. I'm serious. It's so wow, man.
Nazi, go into the Nazi and there's a Werner von Braun. If you click on that, of course, that's going to take you to Werner von Braun's page. And it's got a whole crap load of stuff about him in there. So I got the NASA logo here.
Yeah, look at the Disney thing. That's fucking crazy.
So Robert Simmons, NASA CGI artist. It's Photoshop because it has to be. Here's the NASA military complex. This is where I've got that Futures of Warfare and a link to that. Here's a gallery of just some fun pictures like this one. An astronaut with Stanley Kubrick in the reflection.
I love when I saw that. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah. I was like, that's beautiful, man. We've all seen divers and shit in their reflections and stuff, and that just have the director, Christ Almighty, that's right in their face.
Here you go. How's this one? They Live.
Yes. One of my must-see movies for anybody waking up. I have like a list. I'm going to put that list out. Maybe we'll do a video about it. I have like a top 5 that I think people should really watch and comprehend. Man, that'll bring you some ideas about your own reality. Pretty good shit. There's my guy who says, yeah, sometimes we're like a factor of 1 billion off by our calculations because we make
He
shit
says
up.
I'm rather dazzled by the fact that many mysteries of the modern science are mirrored in the Kabbalah.
Yeah, man. It's all bored out of the Kabbalah. It's Jewish mysticism, this whole thing.
That's right.
Why do you think the Masons? Masons is Judaism for white people, basically.
See no, hear no, speak no.
Yep. Yeah. They're right in your face.
See no, hear no, speak no. Again.
I bet you them diapers was nasty when they got back.
Oh, yeah, sure. And then, of course, Pluto.
That tang will run right through you, bro.
So anyway, some kind of cool little pictures there. And then here's the fun facts section. The reverse of ordinal gematria of National whatever and Space Agency equals 666.
Oh,
so if you take in to a reverse ordinal calculator and type in National Aeronautics and Space Administration, you get the reverse ordinal. Here's some more scientific 666s, just a few of them. So there's a whole pile of 666s in our ball.
What's that? A list of what? Just 30 in that thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
30 to 31. Christ Almighty, man. Yeah. I mean, I can off the top of my head point to maybe 4. You know, that would be a great one right there. I mean, good God, that's overwhelming. That's just overwhelming.
And then finally, I got the what should you do? I have a link to auditnasa.com. So that's it.
Oh my God.
That's it for my presentation. So
that's beautiful shit. That's what let me see. Did I bookmark that on this? I'll have to probably go to it from my mail. If you don't mind, just put the link to the wiki page, you know, where people, if they want to go look at it, I mean, if that's okay, and they can click on these links and go to the NASA. But I guess since we put the one to the NASA page, they could just back up a step and go to the full page, right?
Yeah, let me go to the main page and
yeah. Okay, so and there's some links that aren't hooked up with stuff yet because, as he stated, he's still working on it. So why are you trying to kill your granddaughter, Lisa? Why do you want to hurt your grandson? What's up with that, man? It's child abuse, giving a child that shit. There ain't nothing in that place that belongs in a human body. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, that wasn't a cheeseburger. That was just a regular burger.
Oh.
Yeah,
so it might be in the cheese part of it. I get it. Go ahead, no longer.
So anyway, that wiki is there for people to look at, research, presenters like yourself and Witsits and all of these guys. I've been inviting. Basically, I'm looking for, you know, people that I know are gonna be able to use this thing and contribute to these things. So I'm looking for that crew, not necessarily everybody, and to actually edit this thing, but everybody can look at it. But I definitely am going through a vetting process for getting people signed up. So just kind of keep that in mind. If you're a content creator, and what I mean by that is you're like Sovereign, you make YouTubes, you make books, videos, whatever about Flat Earth, that's who I'm looking for. And get those people in there because they already got the slides, the PDFs, all this stuff. And people like that, I want them to get in here and just start pounding in some pages. Would be really awesome. So definitely contact me if you are interested in getting signed up like that. I'd be happy to get you in there. You can get me on Telegram, or let me see. I can drop my Telegram page in here too, or my Telegram name, which is surprisingly is no longer on the ball. And so anyway, that's the idea behind this thing. Telegram. So anyway, FE Nation, Melodome, I've already given Melodome a link, but I know he's busy, and I know all these guys are. So I'm not mad or anything, but definitely I'm urging people to, if you can, take a look and try to get signed up.
Is Melodome? Have you been in contact with Melodome with it too?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Because I know he's probably responded. He probably.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. What is that you're showing, Moon Bounce? I'm not trying to flip around, but I'm looking, and that is really kind of cool. I'm digging on that imagery. I'm looking at a window with some lights in it or something. Kind of crazy. Is somebody hanging from the window? What is that?
No, that's from my living room to my kitchen.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I got you. I got you. I was just like, oh, those lights look pretty cool in the background. Anyway, for everybody, I put the True Earth Wikipedia in the description of tonight's video too, so you can go there. And of course, it's only the 1-cent burgers that are dangerous, you guys, right? No, don't get the Moderna. Don't get the other. Get the Pfizer, because that's the safe one, right?
Oh, and last thing, Ruhif said he wanted me to ask Dr. Aki? Dr.
Yeah,
Aki?
yeah. Dr.
Aki?
Brother, here he is.
Yeah, Hey, Dr. Ack. Ruhif wants to know if you want to do a moon parallax on around the 7th of October.
No, I don't want to play those games. Listen,
Good for you.
I'm just telling you it's quite obvious to anybody with a brain.
Yep.
Bloody hell.
Good for you.
The sun and the moon are apparently the same size. Get out of here.
Yeah, they're apparently the same size, and they're through a thing called an atmos. So go figure. That would pose a challenge for you to parallax anything up there that's apparent.
Yeah. No, he's just playing with bloody numbers. The whole world is fucked over by the people that play with the numbers. What do you know? The periodic table? Where are we on the periodic table? Carbon is number 6. It's got 6 electrons and 6 neutrons. The tilt of the Earth is 66.6 degrees. The curvature of the Earth is 0.666 of a foot per mile squared. Fuck off.
That's right.
Well, I just wanted, this is something I was pointing out earlier, and this right here, as you can see, this is on Facebook. It's Wiki1, which I would imagine that's probably that same server that you're using, because it's I'm just assuming that they've got their little page on here too. And it says, this is from Neil deGrasse Tyson, and it says, the most recent image of Earth taken just a few hours ago. So what I like to do is I go into it, right? And I like to see who said what. So let's go into the view more comments. We'll pull this whole thing. Now what I can do is I can click on this right here. And what that'll do is tell me a ratio of how many people. Okay, so there's an entire thing. So we know that, let's see, let me close this back up. We know that this has been seen by there's 13,000 people reacted anyway. Okay, so what I can do is I can go, okay, there was, out of that, there was 8.1 thousand thumbs up, almost 3,000 laughing at it. That's a significant percentage, right? 3%, only 2% loving it. And then you can go to the others and see there's this one incredulous, somebody really cares about it, and it goes from there. But I'm looking at these, but then I go immediately down here and I start looking at the comments. And I think I might be able to get those to be a little bigger. There we go. So first one on there, painted, not taken. Okay, you already know there's going to be a bunch of arguments. Good eye for detail, not an argument. Care to demonstrate your claim? Sure, I'm sure they do. They go right through. Boom, so many people, and that's just that one, right? So I'm going to back it up just one so we're not there any yet. Done. Here's another guy saying, sure. Here's another guy. The most recent image of Earth painted just a few hours ago. CGI fuckery. I learned in school that the Earth isn't a perfect sphere, but I guess seeing is believing. Sarcasm. Where are all the satellites? Another great Photoshop, like all the other NASA has admitted to taking. In theory, looks really, really nice, though. CGI. Wow, you can see Ophelia. See, it's flat. Where's the live video feed of the Earth spinning? And it just goes on and on and on like that. 2 years ago, you would have only found, if anything, 2 or 3 comments contradicting that nonsense. And here we are now, and it's like the first whole bunch of comments that I even see are going, yeah, what a bunch of crap. I mean, that's why I say flat earth tipping point by next year, man. Next year, 2024, there's going to be at least 50% of the earth's population will believe the true earth and have discarded the globe. And then it's just a snowball, no pun intended, downhill from there. Who's with me? Who wants to go with me? So I thought you'd all enjoy seeing that. If y'all got something, man, go ahead and pop in and say whatever you need. I'm just kind of going over some of this stuff. I'm going to show you some shit I found on Twitter today, too, that's kind of cool. I thought this was kind of cute. You might like it. I like it because you got a penguin on the bottom and a polar bear up on the top. And it's like, that's what they think. That's what they're saying is going on right there, man. And they know that because there's lava comes up out of a volcano. So by that logic, when you scratch yourself and a little bit of blood comes out, that means that your whole interior of your body must be blood, right? Good God. Some of the stretches of logic. I looked into the sky and I saw these things and I decided that that's must be what I am too. That's why I think I'm a fucking bird. Jiminy crickets, people. Yeah, I think that was all I had on this thing. Let me go back over here to this, where it was. I'm going to stop that screen. Present this screen when I'm ready. Let me see. I got to back that up one step. Let me see where I was at. Oh, this thing with and here's our guy. This is our guy right here. We love this guy, don't we? This is our guy. Failed actor, Neil deGrasse Tyson, ladies and gentlemen. And in his own words,
what you learn when you study science in general, but astrophysics especially, that you no longer invoke your senses to judge what makes sense, or you no longer invoke your personal philosophies to judge what should be true. The universe is what it is. It really doesn't care about your senses. What you learn when you study.
Anybody care to comment on that? What the fuck does that mean?
You know, I almost agree with him. I know, I hope you don't say that bad, but I mean, if you play that back and you listen, I mean, to the words and how he places those words together, it's like, I almost agree with that. It's like, it is what it is. It doesn't matter what other people think it is or feel about it. It is what it is.
Right,
It is.
right. I agree with that too. But then again, when you put that in, you learn to ignore your senses. Well, you can't ignore your senses. And they've taken it to a level of just like what Rudolph was doing. So this can only mean the earth is curved. No, that's not all it can mean. It can mean that the sky is curved, can it? They can't accept that idea. And their only way to accept that idea is to claim an impossibility where the only example of this impossibility taking place is in the very thing that's in question.
I mean, it's like you're talking about, like, you know, either the earth is rotating or the sky's rotating. It could be either one. You know, the earth could be still and not moving, and the sky be what's rotating.
Right. Oh, this was another thing that we put into too. Oh, you guys want to see something? This is like, I couldn't believe it. This came up on Twitter. All the comments were like, oh my God, only in America. Those people are awful, right? And my comment was, this is fucking awesome. Where is this at? Look at this. It's a gumball machine for bullets, bro. What? You get bulk bullets. Where is this store at? They got everything, man.
Can you imagine somebody there, like, turning that crank really slowly, trying to get those extra bullets out? You know, turning what?
But I think that's probably why they go by the pound. It's kind of like when you go and get coffee beans and shit like that. They go like that by the pound. I mean, that would be a great way. I bet you it's probably, I don't know, what brand is it though? And that can be, I only see one that's got, well, the steel case, of course, that's going to be 7.62 by 39. That's a Russian round. That's a Soviet round. It's the only one that's steel case too, but I'll tell you what, an AK-47 will chew that shit up all day long and doesn't care. I don't know if you've ever fired an AK-47, but that's awesome. I got 3 of them. They're pretty cool. But here's a neat thing too on the whole way you see things, man. You know, I don't know why people don't understand this. So good evening, Flo State. How are you tonight? Okay, so no longer on the ball. It's your assertion. She says it's up to you to prove. See, they're all about that, but when you want them to prove something, no, science doesn't prove things. Fucking double standard people, man. That's the only way that their shit can fly is if they're not honest. And that's all. There's an interesting thing. Maybe we'll watch it here in a couple minutes. It's only a 2-minute thing. It's on the airships, man. I'm still big. I think we need to bring those back. I think that those would be like.
This dude right here explains that you're.
Oh, that's this guy. I thought who was talking. So check this guy out. This is something I wondered too. Now, of course, the little picture he shows is not to scale, but this is something else that is not really ever taken into consideration, right? Let me go ahead and play this.
Listen to this. This dude right here explains that your statement perfectly.
No, I don't expect to see buildings tilting away from me because I understand beyond a reasonable doubt that Earth is indeed flat. But hypothetically speaking, if Earth were indeed a globe, I'd imagine we should be able to at least measure how much a building is tilting away from us, wouldn't you say? I mean, even if we couldn't see this supposed tilt with the naked eye, we should be able to measure it by measuring the distance between 2 buildings from top to bottom, right? And let's say these 2 buildings are 3,000 kilometers apart. That's 1,800 miles. Now be a sport and tell me how many degrees over a distance of 1,800 miles. Then post some evidence showing me that structures do indeed tilt the further you get away from them.
Measurements were done of the bases and tops of 2 buildings, one in Torres, Rio Grande do Sul, and another in Natal, Rio Grande do Norte, 3,050 kilometers apart from each other. According to the theory of the spherical Earth, the distance of the measurements of the bases must be different than the measurements of the top, even in a few meters. But if the measurements are equal, this would show that the Earth has no curvature. Remembering the opinion of the INCRA engineers before the experiment,
probably there will be in relation to the extension of this line, perpendicular to the baseline. I believe it will be longer.
Thinking of the Earth as a globe, the initial expectation was that the measurements were different.
But when the results arrived, the base and the top measurements were the same, showing that the 2 buildings are leveled upright. And here the opening angle, where we read the point here, the base of the building and its height. As we do this calculation here, on this plane, we will always find this distance here. On this plane, we will always find this distance here.
the identical measurements of the distance between the bases and the tops prove that between the 2 buildings there is no curvature, proving that the Earth has no spherical shape.
Whoa, what do you think about that, man? Because that's something I'd always wondered about right there. You know, I'm like, well, has anybody ever checked this out by measuring? Because you got these people with their fucking theodolite telling me that plumb lines are not parallel to one another around the world. And what we just witnessed kind of throws that in the garbage, doesn't it? I think they might have to go get their damn theodolite checked, man. It just might be no good from there, you see. Let's see, am I still on there? No, I went to the wrong place. Anyway, let me see what's going on over here in the chat. It's a cartoon. Okay, I'm going to check that out tonight, man, for real. Well, keep them available for other kids.
It's not for kids.
What's that?
That video, it's not necessarily a child-friendly video, so it just kind of it doesn't. I mean, it kind of shows like cartoon boobies flying around in space. It's a little bit bizarre.
Oh, cool! I like boobies.
Yeah, but they're just cartoons, but it's basically about that about Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons and Jet Laboratory Propulsion and NASA in the background. It's just got some weird, creepy graphics. They're cartoon graphics.
Awesome! I'm going to check that out tonight for sure. Here's an interesting thing too. Look, man, they're really. You got to look into how these things work. This is really cool. This guy made this energy go. Watch how this works. This is great. There's I don't think there's any sound. It's just a demonstration. Pretty self-explanatory. It looks like he's got a couple of ring magnets, a coil of copper, and I'm not sure what he's got it hooked to. But check this out. Little fan. Oh, he puts it in between the electromagnetic field and. Look at that. Not hooked up to shit, just going. As soon as he removes that coil out of that field, it's done. It's almost, that would be like an inertial plane of the torus where that thing's at too. Thinking about how those magnets actually work. And I'm supposing that they are opposing one another. Yeah, that's why they're leaning away. South. Okay. Yeah, he's got the two north stuck toward each other. That's fucking cool. Got a little light out.
That guy might disappear.
Yeah, right? I mean, it's so simple.
It's you'd think they would have invented that like so many hundreds of times by now. That it'd be common knowledge. I've seen other ones that are similar to that, and I haven't tested it myself, but I've heard people say, we've seen this before. This is a fake. So I don't know. I'm pessimistic. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a fake.
What, that fan that guy was doing right
there? No, not possible, I'm afraid.
I don't know. I'm going to try it. I got all kinds of shit like that around here. I'm going to give it a shot. I've seen some other experiments that showing that same type of thing. I want to see what it does.
Well, over the last 30, 40 years, I've invested a lot of money with people that reckon they had something like that. And today, not one of them is reproducible by somebody else.
How do you reckon that guy's getting that to do that? You think he's got batteries in there or something? I can't see where there's a connection being made.
No, the electromagnetic field can start the sequence, but somewhere in there, I would presume there's a battery inside that electric motor that's activated when probably a little reed switch or something is influenced by the coil.
Okay, I could see that. Like so basically what he's doing is taking that energy and amplifying it, so to speak.
If you took his experiment, if you did that and had like a voltmeter
Yeah.
and you've moved a coil through some magnets, of course, you're going to see some voltage. But once you hold that coil still, the voltage is going to stop. You start wiggling the coil again, you'll start seeing voltage.
You got to oscillate it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and the coil is actually activating a little switch inside the motor with a little stack of batteries in there.
I would I would say that that's a distinct possibility. Interesting thing to see. I thought this was kind of weird. It's a little bit off topic, but everything's kind of going crazy kaflooey in this world. But this was funny, or maybe scary, depending on how you look at it. But apparently, somebody asked their Alexa, "What's going to happen to California in 2025?"
Alexa, what happens to California in 2025?
On August 4th, 2025 at 3:05 p.m., California will be hit by a 9.6 magnitude earthquake when the San Andreas fault shifts. The death toll will be in the millions.
Alexa.
I mean, if my Alexa came back with an answer to a question like that, and answered like that, I would be like, okay, where in the hell is the Candid Camera crew at tonight? Where are they hiding? They're in the picture frame. I know they are. I mean, that's where I would be at. So did you get everything took care of, Mr. Ruhif?
Did. Got the
Cool.
dog food. Picked up
So
some
you
stuff.
got with Dr. Ake, and so you guys had determined a thing with the sun. That was pretty cool. And I guess you were wanting to do something with the moon or some shit in October.
Well, apparently he doesn't want to.
Okay. I was just kind of catching up on that. I didn't know if you'd caught that or not.
No longer on the board has said, I asked your dude. He said, F no, he's not going to be clowning around like that. So
I can kind of see his point. Okay. At this point in time, really, a lot of us, we're just going, we're not trying to convince you. We're just showing both sides of what's going on to everybody who still has questions, right?
Okay. Is one of those questions, how far away is the moon?
Well, one of those questions is that, and how is that figured out? So, it's the big, one of the big tricks is this use of this can only mean, this is the only way, Now I'm going to just show you something real quick too, that kind of dispels away from this mass attracting mass or whatever the crap is too, because have you ever heard of a guy named John Hutchinson?
Nope.
You haven't? Okay. This guy was like, he still is. I don't know what's happened to him these days, but he's pretty brilliant. And he was messing around. He gets a lot of Navy and Army surplus shit, radio equipment, and he does these experiments with electromagnetism. And he's been able to do some of the craziest stuff, man. Fusing unlike materials together, like for instance, a wooden mixing spoon fused with aluminum and no heat transfer taking place for it to take place. Levitating huge weights with nothing more than electromagnetics of all different materials. It's amazing the stuff he's done. I've seen where he takes a block of steel and he hits it with this electromagnetic beam, and the thing starts flaking off carbon. It looks like it's smoking, and it starts twisting and bending. But it's cooler than the ambient temperature and cooler than it was before the process took place. Some very interesting stuff that's not ever considered. And I'm just going to show you this little short thing of some stuff. This is one of the films in his archive of stuff. This is pretty cool. You see that thing even turn?
What's he shooting it with?
Electromagnetic frequencies.
Like light.
No, like waves, electromagnetic waves. Like
which is light, right?
Well, yeah, no. He's using frequencies.
Frequencies of what? Frequencies is an attribute of something.
Right. I don't know. Like it's like certain frequencies of radio, what we would consider radio frequency, microwave frequency.
Okay.
And different frequencies have different effects on different materials, different objects as well.
Yeah.
And this is just one of his things that he did. I looked into him a long time ago and I was like, this is some amazing shit, man. And of course, he's been really heavily duty censored, attacked by the Canadian government really bad, to the point where he's like kind of become a recluse now. I mean, he was severely screwed with by the Canadian government for this shit. And I think there was more to it. I had more on him that was really cool because, let me see, that one where he had the damn thing hooked to, damn, how did I get there? Let me get back to my place. There we go. Because I was looking into that when I started looking into directed energy weaponry. And I was like, okay. And then I come across this guy and showing the different shit that could happen, what can be done without, you'd expect always happen to make something hit something to have a reaction. And this guy's stuff shows that it's no, just wait for it. There it is. That kind of a thing. We expect like McPhysics to happen a lot of times. And I just thought that's interesting because it allows you to explore a lot more possibilities, man.
Has anyone replicated it?
What's that? What he does? Yes, they have. Yep. Let me just. This is kind of cool. Still beautiful. See, this is the kind of shit that gives me cause to pause when it comes to this whole curvature thing. Look at that, man. That's pretty high definition, man.
What sort of camera was used?
I have no idea, man.
Okay, it looks very much like a wide-angle lens.
Okay. Wide-angle lens will only increase a curve, not take one away.
No, when it's below the center of frame, it will curve upwards.
No. Nobody's buying your bullshit. Nobody's buying your bullshit.
Okay. Give me the
Put a
source
one
of
in
this
the
video.
chat. Put a one in the chat if you're buying Roofy's bullshit right now.
Okay. What's the source of the video? Put the source
Twitter.
of the video in the chat.
It's from Twitter. It's from Twitter.
Yeah, the whole video, not a minute 46. The actual source.
That's a minute and 46. This piece is
Right.
Yeah.
Do I have to find the source and then show you that it's a GoPro?
What you do, you're not going to find any curvature. You can look for.
I guarantee you. I guarantee
you
that's a
don't. You
GoPro.
be careful about guaranteeing shit, bro.
Yeah.
Because already you've come up zero on that one.
What?
You've come up as a zero on your guarantee because I found flaws in all of it, man. From your assumption to a curved Earth to your assumption of a gas volume being able to held to the Earth without containment, because it's the only example in the entire universe that we of known things that we know. The only example of that happens to be the very one in question. We've got this is like one of how many fucking videos that we've seen of this goddamn thing up at high altitude. U-2 spy plane, same goddamn thing, man. I mean, this is just there's no curve, bro. There's no curve.
How about I find the footage and show you that it's a GoPro?
I don't give a fuck if it's a GoPro. It's not going to take curvature away. Do you not understand how lenses work, man? Apparently,
I do.
You don't.
Do you?
Yes, I do. Absolutely,
Okay.
I fucking
So what
do.
happens? What happens if the horizon is below center frame?
Then it'll bow.
Yeah, it'll curve upwards, right?
It'll curve upwards. That's right.
Right. So what happens if it's above center frame?
It'll curve downwards.
Right.
Right. So when you're taking a wide angle photograph so that you don't get distortion of the subject, which of course in this case is the horizon itself, you need the camera to not be looking upward or downward. You need to have it looking perpendicular. to where you're sitting. You have to be looking parallel right along there. Boom, straight. That's
is the horizon below center frame? Yes.
What are
yes,
you
it
going?
is.
What are we trying to say? Because you can bend it with a GoPro, that means it's curved.
No, you're trying to use it as evidence that it's flat.
Oh, no, I'm not using it as okay. So what? Okay, I'm using it as evidence.
It's a GoPro.
Flat. All right,
Don't use a GoPro.
So what?
So don't use a GoPro.
GoPros don't take away curve. They don't take away curve. They don't take away curve. They accentuate curve.
What happens when it's below center frame? You said it curves upwards.
That's right.
Right.
That's
So don't use it.
The subject is within a range in the middle, bro. Not down here and not up here. Right? It's within this range. It's
below
within this
center
range.
frame.
You're not looking in a straight goddamn line all the time, right? Your field of view goes like,
Oh, come on,
good
Dave.
God, Roof, give it the fuck up, bro. Your shit is weak. It's weak.
You just agreed that it's below center frame, it'll curve upwards, which would
Okay.
negate any curvature.
Okay.
Right?
Well, what's the aperture? No, you're wrong. See, you're scrambling for bullshit.
Come
right
on,
now.
Dave.
You're scrambling for bullshit. And now you're trying to go, oh, I'm so incredulous. You're so funny. Dude, that doesn't work on me. You are full of shit as a Christmas fucking goose, bro. That's all there is to it.
Okay.
You don't even understand how the fucking camera lens works, man. And you're going to talk about this shit to me? I know
We
what
just agreed on how it works.
I know what's within. Do you know that that's why they use Panavision? Do you know why they use? Do you know why the film industry went to Panavision?
I don't care why.
You should, because it has a lot to do with what the fuck you're talking about right now.
I only care what camera they just used.
By narrowing the top and bottom of the field of view with a wide angle lens, they were able to eliminate irritating distortion of the image. And so you got a wide field of view without the distortion. And that field of view was within a certain range, just above and just below the eye level. Okay, that's within your range. That is your eye level. It's not a fucking straight line. It's not just a beam. You don't know how your eyes work. Your goddamn lenses you're looking through are curved, for Christ's sake. You have to compensate for that.
Yes, they distort.
We do that mentally in our mind, but that's what I'm saying. This is why things distort in a curved lens, but not within the range of the subject, which is supposed to be within a field in the middle of it.
Right, so let's not use a GoPro.
Listen to me. We all know.
I've been listening for a long time, Dave.
You know what? And we'll continue to fucking listen as long as you have to. Do you know why?
Right,
because this is Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. This isn't the Roofie show.
I understand.
All right, cool. Now, I didn't have to take time to go through all this shit, but what I'm telling you is I know you're going to say, oh, look, when I go looking like that and I look like that, it's going to bend the fucking curve either way or the other. But you don't understand what a wide angle lens is designed to do. Okay? And when it's looking level like that, the things within the level field of view that it's supposed to be designed to capture without distortion. This is why they came up with Panavision, as I just mentioned, in motion pictures. Okay, is because we understand that curved lenses distort, but they don't distort in the fucking middle. Okay, that's why they work.
I understand it's your tactic to monologue. Yes, I understand that. Michigan?
Go have your show and go monologue on it then.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
I understand it's your show.
God damn it. Listen, I'm telling you, I already know where you're going with this dumb shit. And you'll claim it's not a curved lens when they're showing a picture of the Earth from the fucking space station. But then when it shows flat, you're going, oh, that's a distortion of the curve by a wide angle lens. I want to see you right now take any wide angle lens, take a curved surface and distort it back straight.
I could.
Take a GoPro.
Yeah, I could.
Take it. No, I want to see you take. Do you have a GoPro?
I do.
You do? Good. I want to see you take a curved line and be looking at it curved. Okay, cool. Find a curved surface like this, like a ball or something like that. right? Take that GoPro and tilt your angle of looking at the edge of that ball, and tell me whenever it comes straight.
Yeah, you can
And
do
it's
that.
not going to be in the middle of the fucking screen.
Of course it's not.
Okay, then what are you doing? So we just saw
so the
a level
footage you
Earth.
had, the footage you had,
we
the
just
horizon
saw a level
was
Earth,
below.
didn't we?
No, the footage you had, the horizon was below the center of frame, which curves things upwards.
Center of frame. Look, Bozo. The center of frame is like right here. You see that? It's not just crosshair line. Okay, the center of view is an area. It's not crosshairs. We don't have fucking crosshairs in our eyeballs.
Bring up the footage again. Let's find the
Okay.
center of frame. Oh my god! Take a screenshot. I'll take a screenshot.
You know what? I'm not going to argue about no bullshit, Roofy. You're just playing fucking bullshit, semantic crap, because that does show, as does hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of other examples, that there's no goddamn curvature. And you want to play semantics, and I'm not going to do it. Because I know what you're going to do. You're just going to argue, oh, bring it up. Who took it? What temperature was it at? Oh, what was the altitude? What length angle was it? And all that fucking bullshit. Your Earth is not a ball, Ruhif.
Okay, I'll wait for your monologue to finish.
Story, right?
Okay.
So, Dr. Elk, what do you have to say on the situation?
Oh, okay. All right. I was going to wait till your monologue finishes, and then I'll respond.
I know. What are you going to say? You're going to say, okay, because it's a camera that we saw, and we don't blah 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 blah. It's a flat fucking horizon, bro.
Right. You agreed that GoPros will curve things up if they're below center frame. That footage was below center frame. The end.
Well, all right, that's your assertion, but you don't know that.
Bring it up then.
Okay?
Bring up the footage.
Here, I'll give you the goddamn thing, and you look at it.
Right. Let's find center frame.
We saw it already. All right. We saw it already.
Richard Picard saw it from the highest altitude ever reached by a balloon, and he said the horizon curved upwards, and he didn't even have a fucking camera. He didn't have a camera. He used his eyes.
So you just go with whatever someone tells you?
That's what you do, my God.
No, I don't.
These goddamn dead people. You invoke these fucking dead people that you don't even know really exist. Eratosthenes, fucking Newton, Copernicus and shit. That's all you fucking people do. Don't even go there, Ruben.
Absolute horseshit. Absolute horseshit. I made a video of
that's
me
your whole
personally.
Fucking thing is based on what other people told you, man.
I personally measured curvature the other day.
Oh, fuck you.
And
You
made
did
a
not.
video of it.
You didn't
I'll
measure
stick
no
my video in the chat.
curvature. You
I'll
didn't
stick my video
measure
in the chat.
curvature, Ruhif. Nobody's
you're gonna say
measured
that.
any goddamn curvature. That's a goddamn lie. Look at how high that was, and there was no fucking curve. That thing was sitting still as shit. That thing was sitting still as shit. The distortion on a GoPro lens doesn't take place until you're at least 3/4 past center way.
Right.
Test it out yourself.
I took
If
my
that
theodolite
was
out.
indeed a GoPro camera.
It clearly is. I took my theodolite out and I measured the angle.
Oh my God! Put your theodolite up your ass. Nobody gives a fuck. We just gave. Did you see the presentation about the buildings? Did you
What
see the
buildings?
presentation about the buildings?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm going to show it to you again.
Okay.
All right. Let me see. Where was that? Was that on the Facebook or was that on here? Let me double look here.
Hey, kitty. Who wants to see my cat? Oh, I can't. Can I turn the video on for a second?
No. Hey,
Oh,
hey.
right.
Hey. Hey.
See his
Hey,
cat.
kitty.
When you talk about
This dude right here explains that.
those measurements,
Go ahead, Al. Go ahead, Dr. A.
yeah, when you were showing that video and talking about those two buildings, there's a better experiment you can look up in South
the Brazil one?
Africa. In South Africa, at a gold mine, and I actually spoke to the guy that has been down there. Those gold mines, they found two shafts a mile apart that go down for 1 mile, and then there's a cross shaft 1 mile deep, and they hung two plumb bobs from the top of those mine shafts, and they measured the distance 1 mile above the ground, below the ground, and on the surface of the ground. And those two lines will intersect at 4,000 miles from that surface of the Earth. That's a fact.
Okay.
4,000 miles just happens to be the so-called radius of the ball.
But you're a concaver, aren't you?
So check this out, Roof. This is what you missed.
Yeah, this is the Brazilian thing, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. One question: how did they measure the distance between the two buildings?
I don't know. Why would that matter?
Well, they're measuring the top to the bottom, right? How do they get the distance between the bottoms of the buildings?
Listen to this. This dude right here explains your statement perfectly.
No, I don't expect to see buildings tilting away from me because I understand beyond a reasonable doubt that Earth is indeed flat. But hypothetically speaking, if Earth were indeed a globe, I'd imagine we should be able to at least measure how much a building is tilting away from us.
I've seen it, so you can pause if you want.
I mean, even if we...
What's that?
I'm familiar with it, so you can pause if you want.
Right.
Yeah. The question is, how do they measure the distance between the bases, and then how do they measure? The distance
I would suggest you go and find these people that did the experiment. And
I tried.
All right.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me share a screenshot. Hold on.
So, hang on one second. I'm going to show you something else too. I got. But here, bottom line is this: I'm going to put a poll, and this is going to you're going to like this. We're gonna love this. So we'll see.
Let me share mine.
So there's a poll up in the thing right here, and I just want to see where we stand right now. You got a screen up here that I'm supposed to put?
I'm about to. 1 sec.
Okay.
1 second. Where are we?
Is this going to be more graphs with fucking curves and shit?
No.
Because I'm going to tell you something right now, right? We have determined through peer-reviewed study that there is no curve. Okay? This is through empirical evidence and through peer-reviewed studies, papers, and video. So we're not even going to entertain any curvature in anything at all because we've determined empirically through peer-reviewed material that is not true. Go ahead.
All right. So this is the guy who's responsible for this documentary back in 2012 or whatever.
Oh, you put it in Spanish.
Ask him. Yeah. What are your measurements? He doesn't give the measurements, right? He just says, "Oh, we did some measurements and we worked out it was flat." And you guys swallow that. You guys swallow that whole.
I didn't. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Before you go projecting about swallowing shit whole, okay, Mr. I can't get over the curvature. Mr. I can't prove that it's possible to have an impossible condition that violates entropy. This is what you've been told. Mr. I've been told that there's no entropy and that they can go out into this vacuum of space and fly around and do all kinds of shit. Don't even go there, bro, because 99% of everything you brought is shit you've been told. You transposed a curved sky onto a flat earth, tried to pass it off as curvature of the earth. And we have already decided that through peer-reviewed evidence, study, and discussion, seminars, and video evidence, that the Earth indeed is not a globe. It is not a ball. And this
Do you consider that Brazilian thing evidence?
This is peer-reviewed with empirical evidence.
Okay. Do you consider that Brazilian building measurement evidence?
I consider it very. I find it very compelling to the argument at hand, and I think that if they measured the bases of the distance between the bases and found that the distance to the tops were the same, okay, that would match. Well, because here's how I would do it. Now I'll tell you how I would do it myself.
Remember, they're 3,000 kilometers apart.
Here's the way I would do it. I would go find out the distance between the two buildings.
Okay.
And then that would give me the distance between the base of the two buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And then knowing for a fact that plumb lines everywhere are parallel, and knowing for a fact that the Earth is not a ball, I would be able to conclude that the tops of the buildings and the bottoms of the buildings are both the same distance apart.
Literally begging the question. That's fantastic.
No. Listen, what did I just say? It has been
you just assumed your conclusion.
Listen, through empirical evidence.
Oh, come on, Sol. Should I call you Sol or Dave?
No, there you go with the mocking. What are you talking about? Is or is not the evidence and information that we've put here, has that not been peer reviewed and agreed upon by the 99.99% of the people that don't believe that it's a globe? Because those are my peers. Have my peers and myself done experimentation that corroborate this? Yes, absolutely. Do we have empirical evidence through video and through papers? Yes. And have they been peer reviewed? Yes. Many of us have read these things. In fact, we got a link to another resource that's coming up. It's already available and growing as we go. So there you go. I mean, my shit is every bit as valid as yours through your standards. The only difference is I actually have provable evidence of mine and you have none of yours. You see, other than
literally beg the question.
Other than speculation and conjecture.
Do you understand? You literally beg the question. It's flat because it's flat.
No, I said it's flat because we've proven it to be flat.
No, the Brazilian buildings.
No. I'm not saying the Brazilian thing proves it.
Okay.
It just corroborates it. Okay.
But you have no idea what
we're
measurements
not
were made.
saying that one experiment or any one experiment or observation is what we use. This is what you guys do. You just see some guy floating some balls of lead and then go, oh, well, fuck, man, that means that mass attracts mass. Let's just attribute this to every goddamn thing that we look at. What the fuck is that?
How about?
So through repetitive and repeatable and demonstrable experimentations, we have concluded that there is no curvature to the Earth.
Okay, how about we try and contact the Brazilian guys again?
Therefore, this can only mean that the Brazilian experiment corroborates our findings.
Okay, how about we contact the Brazilian guys again, or try and get in contact with them again?
I don't speak Portuguese, bro.
Oh, I know someone that speaks Portuguese.
Cool. And have him go down there and talk to him for us, because I'm not really that fucking interested. Really, as I said, I'm not using it as proof.
I know. You are using it as evidence,
more evidence. That's all.
Okay, but you don't know how the measurements were taken.
They measured the distance between the two buildings.
How did they do that?
Well, I guess it would be a number of ways. You could go and drive between the two. You could use a map and calculate the distance through the scale, which is a thing that you guys don't believe in. So you would probably have to drive. I guess a number of ways. You could probably even use an internet program and say, hey, what's the distance between this place and that place? I'm sure that within a couple of inches or feet of tolerance would be acceptable, right?
How do they measure the tops then?
Well, that would be real easy because they have no choice but to be the same, or the buildings wouldn't be plumb, right?
They're plumb on a globe. They're
No,
vertical
they're
on a
not.
globe.
They're not. There's no such thing as plumb. There's no such thing as plumb on a globe, bro.
What are you talking about?
Wait a second. Why are we introducing a globe? We've already determined that doesn't exist. You know why? Because
just beg the question again.
Evidence and peer-reviewed studies, we have
just keep begging the question.
No, it's not. No,
It
it's
is.
not. No, you're begging the question by saying,
you're
it's
saying-
a globe. Why do you
saying
want to
these buildings?
Wait. With absolutely no fucking proof, why are you automatically assuming that it's a globe? This is what you people do. Your whole thing is on assumptions. We've already determined that your globe cannot exist.
You're saying
We've
these
already
two
come to
buildings
that
are parallel because the Earth is a globe.
No, see, you're making a claim.
Yeah,
I'm claiming
you're
it's
saying
not
that
a
they're
globe.
parallel.
I'm claiming it's not a globe, and you have to prove that it is a globe, and you failed miserably. All of you have failed miserably because all you have is your fake space conjecture. And
did I misspeak?
What the fuck, man? Then
I think I misspoke. All right. You're saying the buildings are parallel because the Earth is flat. That's your argument.
Well, if they were built plumb and by engineering standards and building standards, yes, they would have no choice but to be.
Right, but you know what plumb is on a globe, right?
It doesn't. An impossibility.
Okay. Well,
it's an impossibility because radiant lines. Listen to me. Listen to me. Radiant lines are not parallel. Okay, radiant lines are not parallel.
If I hang a weight on a string, is that proof we're on a flat Earth?
No.
Hey, good night, guys. See you, Sav.
All right, thanks for coming. No longer on the ball.
No problem. See you, Ruhia, Dr.
Moonbales.
Goodbye. See ya.
I just asked you, if I hang a weight on a string, is that proof that the Earth is flat?
That's proof of plumb. Yeah, that's going. Okay. Listen to me. That's going perpendicular. Now, I don't give it. I'm going to tell you something right here, right now. I don't give a fuck about your theodolite. All right, you can stick your theodolite up your goddamn ass. Right, plumb is never going to be radiant lines ever. Okay, otherwise they're not plumb. And as we've determined through peer-reviewed study, evidence, and empirical evidence and study, discussions, conventions, and the like, we have determined that there is no proof of any curvature, and to consider any such nonsense in anything we talk about is ridiculous. Now, in order for it to even be a considerable idea, we have to get around the containment problem, because in your thing, you have a model, right? I don't have a model. I just know there's a level topographical plane and that this atmos must be contained. Pressure must be contained. Okay, that's all I say. That's all I know. Your claim is that the Earth is a ball that moves at all these different rotations and speeds and flies around through space and magically has fluid sticking to it. Okay, these are all ridiculous impossibilities. So if your fluid's sticking to your ball, it has to be contained somehow. We already know that gravity isn't going to be a factor in that because we don't see any evidence that gravity does shit with gases. Okay, so that's out the window. So we know we have to have a container. So is the container of your globe Earth some kind of a transparent ball that's on the outside, like a bubble that's magically hovering around this pretty much solid ball object inside? That, you realize how dumb that is, right? I mean, you're the one with the model. You guys are always asking us, where's your model? Where's your model? Let's look at your model. It's ridiculous. You don't even really have a model.
Can I talk to Rudolph?
Yes. Go for it, Rudolph.
Yeah. I don't know how to share screen or anything, but use your imagination. That's what I use. A map of Australia. Print out a map of Australia on a big piece of paper. Okay. Yeah. The boundaries, and you'll know this, the boundaries of South Australia, we have a line that goes vertical from the bottom of the map to the top, and then we have like a letter H when you use the boundaries of the different states. Western Australia, Northern Territory.
Yep.
Right. So you've got this big letter H on that map. Now you show me how to fasten that to a ball without distorting the map. That map is 4,000 miles from the southwest corner to the northeast corner, equal to the radius of this so-called globe. You try and show me that, please, how it works.
Right. So maps, as soon as you
those parallel lines were put there by people with a theodolite that were much more expertise with a theodolite than you. Those lines are guaranteed to be parallel. You cannot put parallel lines on a globe.
They're not. They're not parallel.
Print out a map. Print out a map of Australia and draw them on yourself, and you will see. Anybody can do that.
As soon as you print out a map, you have distorted the true shape. Okay, so those maps.
Everybody drives around this country and they use the maps, and they can prove that the maps are accurate. Don't fuck around.
Okay, do you want me to go and get a physical map from out in the garage, and I'll show you the little bit on it that says the distance between latitudes, the distance between longitude lines are the medium at 30 degrees south or something. Do you know what that means when they put that on the map? Do you know what it means? It means the horizontal distances are scaled as if the center of the map is at 30 degrees latitude. The reason they have to do that is because the distance between longitude lines gets smaller as you get closer to the poles. Do you know what that means about the shape of the Earth?
Yes, I do know what it means.
Right, it's a globe.
It means the people that drew those maps and made those statements were members of the club. They were the Freemasons.
Okay, so it's just fake.
Jesuits.
All right, just fake. Okay, I got you.
Anybody can see it's fake.
I'm going to go and get a map. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, well, I'd like to see you try and force it onto a globe without distorting the distances between the cities. Is anybody there? What's happened?
Yeah, I'm here. Oh,
hold on, I was muted. My bad. Yeah, the only thing too is like what I was saying is this goddamn, like Antarctica. You look on any map or on Google Earth or anything like that. You can tell it's a fucking cartoon, man. That ain't real. And the only thing that's real is like along the edges, the coastline and shit like that. You can see some stuff. You can find McMurdo and stuff. That stuff looks topographically real. The rest of it looks like crap. It's like somebody just pasted white pixels on the fucking thing. It's ridiculous, man. I'm with you, Dr. Alki. I'm with you, man. Because that's what I'm saying. This club is big, man, and it's running everything. I'm right there with Lucky on that shit. If you didn't get a chance to see Lucky's video that he put out today, Lucky Haskell, Lucky, put your link in the chat for me if you would, bro. Because this guy, he's on it, man. Mr. Propaganda Uncoverer himself. Let me pull that up full screen for you just a second.
Yeah,
there you go.
Gary, that scale 1 to 500,000 at latitude 40.
Okay.
You know what that means?
What's that mean? I think it means what Dr. Ake said.
As soon as you get away from latitude 40, it's no longer to scale. It's distorted.
Oh, my word.
Because the lines of longitude converge.
Well, I don't know. What do you think, Dr. Ake? He's looking for something. You know what's so funny about that, though? Despite everything else, we don't see any curve.
Well,
so
you can
this
measure
can
it.
only mean that someone has manipulated that shit to make it appear as though there is one when you look at maps, even though there isn't one in reality.
And yet I measured it.
Because that's all that can mean. You know why, right? Because there's no curvature. That's why.
Then what did I measure last week?
I don't know. You measured something else that somebody told you or something. I don't know what the fuck you measured. I'm just telling you, there's no curvature. So
okay.
Whatever you're measuring, I don't know.
Chanting it, Dave.
What's
Keep
that?
chanting. Keep chanting it to everyone.
Well, chanting, I'm just telling you, there's no curvature, bro. I don't know
but I
where you
measured it.
get this idea that there is.
I measured it.
You didn't measure it. How the fuck you measure it?
With a theodolite.
What? You can't use a theodolite to measure curvature of the Earth. You got hills and all kinds of shit, man. Besides that, that's not designed for that. That's designed for
designed to
relatively
measure
short
angle.
distance. That's for relatively short distances, anyways, bro.
Incorrect.
Oh, bullshit, bro. I knew people.
How do you think your country
How
was
many miles
surveyed?
away does the guy with the stick? What's the maximum distance he can be?
Your country was surveyed.
How far away does the guy with the stick for a surveyor have
That's a
to
red
be?
herring, non
No, it's
sequitur.
not. No, it's
Your
not.
country. Okay, let me share.
Because you're measuring shit well beyond the capability of the theodolite.
Incorrect. Let me share the screen. Hold on.
Oh my fucking god!
Oops, not that one. Yes, buddy, what's up?
Like a Vegemite butter.
Yeah, in a minute, buddy. In a minute.
Oh, they sing about those, man.
Does it do I have to make it myself at least?
Oh, that'd be great if you could make it yourself. Hang on.
Well, I'm not going to pick that up.
There you go. I'll just mute for a minute.
But I do like some.
That's one of those things they sing about those in that song, man. The Vegemite sandwiches, man. That's the first time I ever actually heard about one outside of that song. You know that we come from a land down under.
Hey.
You showed me this dumb shit. That ain't using your theodolite.
They're using theodolites.
They're using a theodolite, not your theodolite. Your theodolite is little. Those are big theodolites, dude.
Right. So there's a more accurate, right?
It's not even relevant to what we're talking about.
Well, I can still measure.
Oh, shut up. You're telling me, you're showing me some shit that somebody else showed you. You didn't do that. Okay. The theodolite you have is nowhere in comparison to what that observation supposedly showed, man. That's another thing you guys do. I wasn't talking about someone else's big ass theodolite. I was talking about your theodolite and you measuring curvature.
Right. My theodolite's accurate to a couple of arc seconds.
Is obviously inferior for that job, or those people wouldn't have had to use a great big one, would they?
They used a big one because it's more accurate down to sub arc second, where mine is a few arc seconds.
It's got a longer range.
No, range has nothing to do with it.
It does.
No, it doesn't. Show me in my theodolite.
You mean to tell me that without any kind of magnification whatsoever, they're going to see somebody that fucking distance in that picture?
See somebody.
Really? That little bullshit thing that you got. That little bullshit thing that you got.
Yeah.
Okay, that little bullshit thing that you got. Your theodolite. What's these distances going on right here?
That's 192 kilometers.
100. Okay, so is your theodolite capable of doing this at that distance?
Yes, I can see something 192 kilometers away.
See that far, cuz.
Yes, you can. What are you talking about? Do you know how this was done, Sov?
Oh my God! Listen,
they set up these towers with lights.
Is that on land?
This is, yeah.
Is that on land? That's on land, right? Okay, so do you know what the meaning of the term level topographical plane is? Do you know what that is?
Sure, flat Earth with topography, mountains. Yeah.
It means that there's a level plane with topographical features. Now, you know what topographical features are, right?
Yes.
Yeah, those are those things that you had in that theodolite measurement. So you're not like on a sea level type thing at all, are you? No, you're not. You're not. And so that right there.
No, you asked me a question. Do you want to answer it or do you want to answer it for me? You asked me a question.
Okay, I will answer it for you.
Okay.
They're not. Why are
they are?
Where are they at?
Right. I measure. There are survey benchmarks with known elevations. That's what I'm measuring against. Those elevations against sea level.
Let's do it over level water and not a topographical plane.
Why?
Why? Because water is level.
Okay, but what am I measuring to? The horizon? Like what am I measuring to?
We could use distant objects,
which are not at sea level,
like we do with the P900. You know,
right? But those objects are not at sea level.
Objects that should be well below a hidden curve height, but we still miraculously can bring them into full view.
Oh, show me an example.
So there's hundreds of them. I'm not going to dig one up because I'm not
course
going to get into that. Listen to me. You've seen them.
I know.
You have seen them.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Then there's no need to obfuscate, to take me over, to have to go dig some up so you can ask some penny ante shit about what's the middle name of the guy that took the fucking picture or any other goddamn thing. The point of it is that we see too far.
No, you don't.
Have seen the examples a million fucking times, I'm sure, as has everyone in this panel and in the chat. Right?
Would you like me to go through one?
What's that? I don't need you to go through anything. Why would I need you to go through anything?
Why don't you have any evidence of? Why do you have zero evidence?
Evidence for what? You're the one with the dumb fucking claim, not me.
I've measured curvature last week.
Okay, well, I measured fucking Santa Claus's speed last Christmas with the NORAD tracker. What the fuck, dude?
Show me.
I don't need evidence for what I say.
Of course
I don't, because I don't. You're the one with the stupid claim. You have many stupid claims that you have no proof of. Okay. And you want to shift the burden of proof around. That's not going to work.
I measured curvature last week. I'm happy to defend that.
You know, I won $1 million last week.
Okay. Do you have any evidence of that?
Yeah.
Show it.
Yeah. No, I don't want you to say that. You just have to take my word for it.
Okay.
You know, just like your containerless goddamn fluid. I have to just take your word for it, right?
I think I'm out, so sorry.
All right.
Cool. Catch you later.
I just can't do that pedantic fucking bullshit all the time, man. Act like you ain't never saw these goddamn videos. They're every goddamn place. And I could dig it up, not a problem. But am I going to sit here and dig up a fucking video to show him that he says, and then he's going to start fucking arguing about refraction and goddamn bending space time and other stupid goddamn nonsense? Look, clown, it's not a ball. It's clearly evident that it's not a ball, and there's not any amount of your retching and fucking gaslighting that is going to ever make it be a ball. That's just how it is, man. Fucking people are exhausted.
Yeah, right on.
I mean, that's some of the dumbest shit, man. You just sit there, well, yeah, that's assuming that it's flat. What do you mean assuming? I'm looking at the goddamn thing. Of course it's flat. What are you talking about?
If Australia is a very good example for people, I would suggest everybody who listens to this prints out a map of Australia on a piece of A4, draw on the state borders. The state borders are guaranteed 100% straight and parallel and at right angles to each other. And you print that out, and then you try and fasten it to a ball with a radius equal to the distance from one end of the map to the other. And no intelligent person on earth can say that they can squish that map onto a ball.
No, it would distort the shit out of it, wouldn't it, Dr. A?
Yeah, people that drive, and I know, and I've driven right around this country. I've driven thousands of miles across this country. Hey, if the map showed me that it was a mile different than what was on my speedo, I'd be wanting to check it out, wouldn't I?
I think you'd probably know. You know, look, man, I'm tired of fucking this bullshit that they want to argue that. And I'm right back to the basics. If you want to have your goddamn spinning water ball, you got to first tell me how the hell it's contained. And don't tell me it's gravity, because you don't even have no proof of goddamn gravity. There ain't no proof of that dumb shit whatsoever. And they just throw it in to reinforce it, like even in the buoyancy. When you break down the buoyancy formula, they say weight due to gravity. No, weight is due to weight. Of course, weight is due to weight. What the hell?
Hey, mate. Hey, mate. Listen. Right. Okay. So we assume everybody knows the truth here, right? So what the fuck are we going to do about it? Because if we don't do something fairly soon, this place is going to hell.
It's already there, bro. It's already there. Look at the condition.
No, come on. Come on. We can survive this if we get rid of the shit now.
Hey, I'm not worried about surviving it. You know, I know there's going to be a lot of people that don't. I do know that for sure.
Hey,
you know, it's like Lisa said. Oh, I thought you were out for helping the little guy. You know, I thought you were out for helping those that can't help themselves. And I truly am. But if I go and try to help that person and their response to me is to be a bickering troll asshole, I will go purchase them the hamburgers or whatever it is.
Hey,
you know?
Hey. That's not what I'm suggesting. Look, we all know the truth. Or all of us that are listening to me know the truth. Right?
Right.
And when I say, what are we going to do about it? What if you knew, if your body, it's like as above, so below. I don't know if I've been through this before or not, but there's a cell and then there's a body. And our body, this avatar we're in, we're in a sort of a bubble, about a 6 foot diameter bubble, right? That's our space. And if someone comes into our space, we're very aware of it. But now, the bigger bubbles, as above, so below. So this Earth at the moment has got a parasite on it. There's a parasite on this Earth.
Yeah, man.
What do you do with a parasite? The parasite is sucking your energy. So what do? You cut the fucking cord.
Yeah, man. You right on, brother.
Come on. Work out how to cut the cord. Once I can see the cord, it's dirty, great big cables. They go off the coast of Australia. There's a big cable at Broome. People that live at Broome should have a look at it. There's a dirty, great big cable that goes from Broome dead straight to England.
Wow, man. Yeah.
And when that cable was put in, the Prime Minister of Australia would go to Broome and have a private conversation with the Queen.
Yeah, man, they get, high-speed train tunnels, all kinds of bullshit like that. It's amazing. I want to do a show on that shit one night. Kevin Barber says gravity is an act of density. That's how it should be explained. Exactly. Gravitas, gravity. What is it? It's weight. What is weight? Weight is relative density within a given medium, right? So we quantify it and call it pounds or kilograms or whatever. And that's in this environment. Now, if we change that medium, that changes. We've showed the demonstration before of the anvil in the mercury tub. A whole tub full of mercury, and this anvil floats like a styrofoam cooler in there, man. So just to kind of shift but not get off topic, I ran across this today, and this is really cool. We often think about, like, back in the old times, people being really stupid, and we've seen some remarkable shit, but this thing blew me away. Check out this little music box. This is going to blow your mind.
This absolutely stunning music box is from over 100 years ago. The lost beauty and craftsmanship of the old world. Nothing can compete with it in present time. Question everything, friends. This absolutely...
Is that insane, man? That is so cool. 100 years ago they made that, man. Over 100 years ago. And there was probably more stuff like that is probably just gone. I want to bring up a public service message too, if I can. Real quick. So we need everybody to know this message from Kathy Griffin, that it's safe and effective, everybody. All right. So back on track. Moon Bounce, you've been a little quiet. What's up, brother? Usually takes a minute to unmute. You might have fell asleep.
Yeah, just hanging out, man, listening.
Haha.
Just tripping. But yeah, that little bird box was pretty slick.
Isn't that cool, man? Can you imagine the work that went into that? I would like to be able to examine that up to, like up close. But I'd be
Well,
so
just
afraid I wouldn't want to touch it or nothing because it looks
yeah,
so
just the
fragile.
wings, just the way that they had the wings just flapping that quick, and it's still after all these years still being intact.
That was insane, man. I was like, just to think what kind of work went into something like that, man. Oh, what do you got there, Dr. Ake? Who do we lose? Did we lose somebody? Yeah, I believe you, Lucky. Absolutely. What are you showing there? Oh yeah, one of those things. I see it. I see it. Yeah, yeah. It's spin around with the light because it's the black. That's what Augustine Picard did that with his capsule that he took up with that balloon, and it had one side painted black and the other side painted white, so he could change the temperature of it by turning the balloon, by turning the gondola. We can't see the thing spinning though; it's not in camera. Yeah, there it is. It just stopped because it got out of light range. There it goes. Those are cool. I want to get one of those. I had one when I was a kid, and my little brother broke it. And Lisa
Well,
said,
that's not.
now listen, this is how these people operate. So I do have people that think that Lisa is actually here trying to maybe learn about stuff and everything, but I don't think that that's true because she makes statements that are just trying to pick and irritate really at people. So she turned what I said about the burgers into, oh, Sav wants to give poison burgers to children. No, you're the one that went and bought a fucking poison hamburger for your grandson or whatever. Lay that shit back around on me. What the fuck is wrong with people, man? Anyway, another good example, and this is good too, Dr. Ake, because we just saw what happens with this law is employed with the little device that you just showed.
Inverse square law of light is simply not applicable to anything in space. Flat earthers discovered that the moonlight on the moon's surface would be intensely blinding based on the official numbers of the heliocentric model. The inverse square law of light works like this. If you place a 100 lumen bulb in a floodlight that shines on only 1 square meter of surface, that surface will be lit at 100 lux. However, if you back the floodlight away to shine on 4 square meters, the surface is now lit with 25 lux. The intensity of light is inversely proportional to the square of the distance. This means that as the distance from a light source increases, the intensity of light is equal to a value multiplied by 1 over d squared. The full moon, which is supposed to be reflecting sunlight, has an illuminance up to 1 lux on the Earth's surface. Look at this diagram and imagine that the light source is the moon and you're standing on the Earth's surface there on the bottom right corner. Each step higher you go, the moonlight gets more intense. So, based on the official distance to the moon and a 1 lux strength of moonlight on the Earth's surface, the Apollo astronauts would have experienced many thousands of times more illuminance on the moon's surface than direct sunlight on Earth. Every photo of the moon's surface would have been impossible and washed out.
Bit of fun using the inverse square law. How
Yeah.
bright would the moon be if you were standing on it? So I'm going to light up a piece of paper with the moon and take a look.
Yeah,
So I couldn't find any paper, so I wrote my name on a piece of paper towel. And as you can see, with the moonlight, I can read my name perfectly fine. Now let's compare it to a regular light. Okay, here's a big building. Let's make it dark in here. Okay, I mounted a 60-watt light bulb to the wall. I use a 60 watter because everybody knows how bright a 60-watt light bulb is. And about 50 feet away, here's what the sheet of paper looks like. Okay, so the moon one is on the right and the regular light bulb is on the left. So you can see they're pretty similar. Now, don't get your panties in a bunch. I know you should be using a light meter and all that stuff. Wait till the end. It's not going to matter. Okay, so the moon is 1,256,640,000 feet from the Earth. Now, a 60-watt light bulb at 50 feet is roughly the same brightness as a full moon. you can read the paper about the same. So we're going to use the inverse square law. Okay, so we're going to take 50 times 25 million, and that puts us at 1,250,000,000, which is pretty close. Now we're going to square this number. So 25 million squared is 625 trillion. So now we got to take 625 trillion and times it by 60 watts, and we get 3.7 gajillion, bazillion, zillion plus 16. I don't even, this number is so big that I think my calculator exploded. So you can see there's a huge problem here, right? So let's just call it 1 to 1, okay? Let's just go 1 to 1 ratio. Instead of like 1 to 5 bazillion, gajillion, bazillion, bazillion, jillion, we're just gonna go 1 to 1. And let's see what it looks like. Okay, here's our little moon landing guy. Okay, let's land him on the moon at 1 to 1, 60 watts. Does that look normal to you? Is that what the moon landing looked like? Come on.
No shit, right? So, Lisa, what are you wanting to do here? What's your fucking problem? Okay. No, I don't go to those goddamn poison centers. I don't know that the child's burger is 1 cent. I don't give a fuck. In fact, if the parents are actually stupid enough to feed that shit to their kids are probably going to turn out to be idiots like them. So I don't know. You decide on it. You're the one feeding poison fucking burgers to your grandson, man, not me. Fuck you. Jesus. God damn, man. You're an irritating fucking bitch. I swear to God. Anyway, pretty crazy. Why is people like that? Why do they do like that, man? What's going on? Why do you figure people act like that, Moonbounce?
Man, wow. I mean, it's just weird because, I mean, I get it to an extent, but it's like, you know, you didn't say you would feed them burgers to children in that context of, you know, and it's like, that stuff's like, it's just trolling to like have something to do within themselves or, you know, because I mean, people do it sometimes, just joke around and stuff. And it's just, yeah, it's just, it amuses them. That's why they do it. It amuses them within themselves. It just has to in some way. It's self-amusement is why they do it. Self-amusement. That's what I'll say.
Flat Top Hank, there ain't no one picture of the fucking real globe either. What the fuck are you talking about? No one can achieve the altitude required to take a photograph encompassing the entire Earth. Sorry, babe. Never going to happen. You're the one with the dumb shit claim. You're the one that requires proof. So yeah, my point was this. If I see a dumb fucking guy drowning because he was stupid, I will throw him a life ring, right? But then I throw him the life ring and he pushes it away. So my instinct is to throw him another life ring. But lo and behold, that one escapes his grasp too, because he didn't really miss it. He threw it away. So if I stupidly jump into the water to try to save that retard, he will surely try to drown me. And so I have to take it as that person wants to die. And who am I to stand in their way? So does that make sense to you, Lisa?
You know, that's what's really weird is because, you know, I watched this,
They think,
I guess it's,
that's how they think. This is why they believe the shit they do, is because they come up with some kind of cockamamie fucking assumption and think it's real.
yeah, because my daughter, we watched this, I guess it was like Mr. or The Incredibles or something, and it's like, Mr. Sansuine didn't want to be saved. Mr. Sansuine didn't ask to be saved, you know, and they were trying to sue Mr. Incredible because he actually saved the dude, and he hurt him a little bit while he was saving him.
Oh my God. Yeah, it'll happen, man. A dude will try, somebody panicking and drowning will drown you. You have to subdue them to be able to save them. It's very dangerous. People don't understand. That's one of the biggest dangers of being a lifeguard there is. It's the person you're trying to save drowning you. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Hate to tell you, idiot, the space station is live, even shows storms over the Earth. Well, I'll be goddamn. You know, Channel 3 over here in Harrisonburg must have one of them goddamn space stations up there, because they're all the time showing me storms from up in the air and stuff. So that must mean they're up in space too, huh? Really? You know, they track weather patterns with high altitude aircraft too. You know, you do. You know that they fly up above the weather. You realize that, and they can use cameras and they can film it. You realize that, right? You do know that. I hope you do know that you don't have to be on an international space station to be above weather patterns. I really hope you're not that dumb. You know, maybe next week we'll give you an instructional video on how to properly wipe your ass without getting shit on your fingers. It does require proper instruction. Jesus, criminally, can these people even formulate a string of thoughts? Just a short string. Just a short one. That's all we're looking for. Criminally. Although I can say I'm having fun with it. Is that what the Globers are doing to us, drawing us as we are trying to save them? Yes. A lot of them. No, not all of them, because there are people that come here, and I do have people that are members of my audience that until they came to my channel did not believe, they still believe that the earth was a globe. And there's several people, and not just with my show, just in real life. And it's by being able to take it down to the common sense level, make people realize that, man, get out of your perception deception, man. These people are fucking you. You're going to have to come to that realization too. But there's too many people. They I guess they miss mommy and daddy so goddamn much. They need one in the form of government and people that'll tell them what they want to hear, you know? There is no space like no space between your ears. No shit. Exactly, Deborah Clark. Exactly. Nobody thinks south is down, Lisa. When she was talking about when you put up directions like that on and writing it on paper. But what we really mean by south being down, south is any way away from north. Okay. In fact, any straight line on the earth that you go, you will eventually go south. There ain't no way around that one.
I know that is really weird. It's like no matter where you're at, you just go a straight line. No matter which way you keep following that, you'll end up in Antarctica, which is south.
Yeah. Even if you like dead reckon east, you'll end up going south. Yeah. So, you know, you pick it like just shoot an azimuth and don't pay attention to your compass. Just head that straight line. You'll see your compass start turning to where it's pointed south. You know, where the north is behind you. There's no way out of that at all. So, you know, Jeebus, I agree. I have to agree, because nobody can have that many different subjects that would go against the status quo that they are interested in fucking around with on their channels. So I have to tend to agree with you, Jeebus Crisp. I think there's something up with that myself. What's Dreamy Lynn got? You say I'm north of Cali. I got you. Exactly right. We go down south. Now listen, this is crazy. Where I live, we have the Shenandoah River. And I thought it really strange when I first moved here that when people were talking about going to locations that were actually north of here, they would say, oh, I'm going down to Front Royal, or I'm going down to DC. And those things are clearly north of us. But the phrasing comes from the fact that the Shenandoah River actually flows from south to north. And so it's downstream from us. And this is a carryover from way back. So things north here are referred to down north. And I thought that was really interesting. Took me a little bit. Oh my God. Yeah, Beth, listen, that whole drama bullshit thing going on there is a big crock of woohoo. Geez, that one's going to be not a good situation. East on the equator is a straight line. No, east on the equator is a circle. East on the equator is a circle. West on the equator is a clockwise circle. North is toward the center, and south is away from north. It's real easy, man. I just say stuff that doesn't match reality. You know, there was a guy just crashed his airplane trying to account for the curvature of the earth. Just a few weeks ago. Come on, y'all.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Yes. Small plane. Yep, small plane. This guy was actually trying to take that into account.
Hey, I've been flying ultralights for nearly 50 years now. Okay?
Right.
I've seen massive distances. I've got photographs. I know there's no disputing the truth. The problem is the majority of people on Earth believe the stories and they don't believe the truth. And whilst the majority are imagining what they think they know as true, they are creating the reality.
I think there's a lot to that, and we've covered some of that on here too, that's an assistance to manifest the reality that we actually have through the illusory of like television. And basically what we've got, if they've harnessed the majority of the people are basically in Plato's cave. Okay. And they're manipulating the shadows to harness the manifestation of the masses through their perception of what's happening in those shadows on the cave. And what we're trying to do is call people out of the cave to look at what's really happening and not what the manipulated shadows on the cave wall are telling you is occurring. And I'm sure most people here are familiar with the allegory of Plato's cave. And if not, I highly suggest you look into it because it'll tell you quite a bit.
I thought you couldn't get out of Plato's cave until death. You either get out or you go back in. It's a recirculating deal.
Divine intervention by a point of light, like myself or you or Dr. Alk, right? Or Thrashlift Smith or Jehovah's daughter Barbara. We know cracks and ways out of the cave. We can help those people. They don't have to die to get out. That's the way I look at it, you know.
Okay.
I mean, it's just people are believing illusions. They really are, and they want to hold on to it so tight, and it's due to the ridicule. I'm telling you, Lucky's onto this too, because that's the biggest tactic that they have. See, I was talking to a buddy of mine about this today. I says, why in the fuckers people take the idea of being wrong about something is oh, that's just awful. Ha ha ha, you're a fuckhead. You were wrong about something. Ha 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 ha. Why is that a negative thing? In reality, it's a positive thing, isn't it? Because when you're wrong about something, what happens? You learn from it, don't you? And learning is a good thing. But we are trained to not see it that way. So in order to not run the risk of being wrong and getting the scorn of being wrong or the ridicule of being wrong, it's always much safer to just go with the flow and stick with the majority. And then that way, if you're not wrong, if you are wrong, well, oh my God, everybody got fooled type of a scapegoat thing, right? But most people, they don't want to have to think. They just go with the flow. They're afraid that somebody will go, hey, you're not following the status quo. You're not believing what everybody else believes. You must be something wrong with you, blah, 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 beat, harass, beat, harass, beat, harass, until most people will just capitulate and go, yeah, okay, just shut up, leave me alone. And that's the goal.
I know. It's like when you were talking about, people like when you get older, it's like people need their mom and dad, and then they change it into the form of government, needing to know right from wrong. But they'll claim, oh, it ain't because I need to know right from wrong. It's just that there's these other idiots out there that don't know right from wrong. So I get to vote for the mommy and daddy. I want to keep them in line because I'm going to be in line. It don't matter. I'm going to follow these rules to understand that if you picked a mommy and daddy to care for me, you made a mistake because I didn't pick a mommy and daddy, and I'm under no obligation to follow the mommy and daddy you decided to choose for yourself, claiming, oh, you really chose them for me because you really don't need them, but you voted for them, you liked them, therefore you needed them for your mom and dad. I didn't need them for my mom and dad.
Dr. Alk's got that. I can't remember what they call that. He's got that thing working with the sun, with the sunlight right now. That's really neat. I forget what they call those. Those are really cool. Hemball says you have zero evidence of a circular equator as seen on a flat map. All right. Well, how about this? Even on your globe, it's a circle, isn't it? Because if I start out at one spot on the equator and I follow the equator all the way around, I come to the same spot. What the fuck is that called, M-Ball? That's a what? That's a circle, isn't it? So either way, it's a circle, isn't it? Whether it's on a globe or whether it's on a flat earth, that's still a circle, isn't it? God. What in the world is wrong with you, man? Are you really come up with the most zero shit to argue? Look at what you just actually really said, that you have zero evidence for a circular equator as seen on a flat map. Flat map or globe, it's still a fucking
It's
circle.
written in his
God.
statement.
Why do you
It's
even
kind of
comment?
written
Why
in his
don't you
statement.
here? Let me give you a fucking little bit of advice, M-Ball. Why don't you stop typing shit? Why don't you stop looking for what to refute with? Stop following the crowd and just listen. Learn something. You and Lisa both. Learn something. Okay? And Lisa, I know you ask questions, but you don't ask questions to find out. You ask questions to argue. You're not here to learn anything. I already figured that out a long time ago. That's why I don't take you serious or your questions. So,
Hey, I've got a little lesson for some people.
what's that?
Can you? Oh, yeah. So if you get an ordinary compass, right, and they're pretty cheap in the shops, everybody should buy a little compass, right, and have a look at it carefully, and you'll see that that needle has got one end painted red, right, and it's on a little pointy pivot so that it has to be level. See this thing here, right? If I tilt that off of level, it stops. It's got to be level, okay? A spirit level is, a compass is the same. If the Earth was a globe, my compass here should be pointing straight down. You won't get it to happen. You won't get it to happen. No matter where on this Earth you take a compass, they must all be level.
Mm-hmm. In fact, I've got one. It's you can open it up. Not only can you use it to shoot with an azimuth or whatnot, it has an elevation angle
Yeah, and it's
meter on it.
always
You can tell the angle of the slope of where you're standing. You hold that thing level, and you can match that angle up to a hill or whatever and get the elevation of it. It's pretty fucking cool. Check this thing out. We need to bring this shit back for real. These are cool. We need these in our life. Rapidly. Everything had passed. Look at that. I said earlier in the chat that it was like around 1901 and everything went to fucking shit. And I tend to agree. Some of the things we see come about from the past. So, M Ball, when I was in the Army, right, we had to go on an exercise or deploy someplace. And sometimes those places were south of the equator. Never once was I ever told, hey, go down to supply and get a southern hemisphere compass because we're going to be going to the southern hemisphere. Okay. Nobody. And we have to look at this too. We have ships that use compasses, right? And those ships often go between the northern and southern supposed hemispheres. Do they have to switch compasses? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. A stronger compass with a stronger magnet in it will work better in the southern parts of the earth, but that's merely because it has a stronger magnet and you're much further from the source of the magnetics, right? So I'm sure that stronger compasses work excellent or better in the southern hemisphere, but you know what? They'll work in the northern hemisphere too. Do you want to know why? Because there is no South Pole. That's why. There is no South Pole. What do you think about that? But I think those damn it's look at the specifications, M Ball, and it will be what I just said if they have such a thing. Get one for the southern hemisphere and see if it doesn't work in the north. Okay? It'll just be a stronger magnet in it, for crying out loud, man. These people, and this is fabulous here. Some of this shit. I can't show that; they'll throw me off in here. It's about the stuff from the stuff from the last 3 years and what they're finding in people. But people don't want to see that. So here's what's that?
I just said smart dust.
Yeah, well, I don't know. These things look like something from another planet to me. You know, like some kind of sci-fi critter thing or whatever. But this is interesting. The Chinese scientist is disputing India's claim to South Pole moon landing.
No way.
Yeah.
They're not buying that animation landing either?
Apparently not. I mean, well, China's CGI is way better than India's. I think they got a rival thing going on. You know, I really do. And Ball, there's no South Pole. You know why there's no South Pole? Because you're not on a ball, honey. Sorry. I don't know where you get this crazy ideas.
But there's no magnetic south, right? I mean, just straight
No.
up, it's just a magnetic north is
Right.
what it works off of.
Yeah, I can demonstrate that. Just put a magnet in the middle of an AE map and make an east-west movements with it, and your compass will point to that. No South Pole needed, not whatsoever. In fact, if you take a North Pole compass or a North Hemisphere compass to the Southern Hemisphere, does it now suddenly, does it point the other way? Does the red needle now go to the S? Of course not. I mean, these people are so easy to fool. I mean, it makes me sad for them. It really does. It makes me sad that people can be that intensely fooled.
I fall into that category sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I'm fooled too, man. It's like, hey, man, check this out. There's this copper wire thing, and he puts it in between these two magnets, and this fan spins around. Like, wait a minute, man, that's pretty cool. Oh, man, okay, boy, I'm glad there's people out there to get me back straight and say, man, I don't think that's right.
Yeah, you can get subject to some stuff. You got to investigate, man.
Yeah.
But this thing here, I didn't get a chance. This is something, this doesn't even go the right way or the amount that it's supposed to. Watch what happens. Whoops. We're going to get spotted more. There we go. This was let me kind of explain what this is a little bit. What did he say about that? What did he say? It's in the Pantheon in Paris. Okay, it says the point goes away from you to the right of the line marked 15, but it returns off to the left of the 15. It has an oval shaped path. And that's something I've noticed with that stupid thing too. And I'm thinking here also, how are you showing rotation of an Earth when you're perpendicular or obtuse to that rotation with a pendulum? That would seem to me that would only work like way in the north or way in the south. But of course, it's not a ball, as has been revealed through empirical evidence, peer-reviewed papers, study, and observations.
I know, because I was just thinking of that when you were showing that. I was going, man, I wonder where that's at, because it seems like that would really only work like in like the North Pole or the South Pole on something actually rotating, that if that somehow is following the centrifugal force or something of a rotation.
Yeah, that's in Paris. That was in Paris. So I was like, wow, that's crazy, man. I started thinking about that, and I was like, no, that doesn't work, man. I don't know what we're doing here. Why are you guys pretending this crap, right? I don't know. It's hard to say. Hard to say. I've been looking. I don't know if I can find what I was looking for. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Here we are. Okay, there it was. I had to back up a couple of steps. Oh, this was funny. So, Burn the Corporate Fiction, my son, he did not know who McToon was, right? So he went back to watch my stream, right? And what he said was hilarious. He says, I'm going to check out the playback. I'll put this up. He says, I'm going to check out the playback. And in the name of it, he laughed because when a child tries to apply pressure. And I was telling him, I said, I have evidence that I can turn into a chicken. And I talked to him about that later. Then he says, I just went to the part where McToon showed up. He said he looks like a lesbian school teacher. And I was drinking coffee when I read that, and I about spit that shit everywhere. I was like, oh my God, yes, he looks like this lesbian school teacher that I had in school, man. How bad, how terrible. I mean, but I mean, how can I couldn't get by that. If anybody's interested, Madonna's world tour for 2023, tickets will be on sale. You guys will want to not miss that, because she's really going to be revealing this time. How's that skank still working, man? I don't even understand.
Hey, are you gonna go do a live when you're down there at Flattoberfest?
Yeah, I think I might, man. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do it. I might have to do it like from my phone, because I don't want to be schlepping my laptop around, you know. I might take it with me and do something from the timeshare where we're staying, or I don't know, but I'm just going to play it by ear and see what's going on. But yeah, I'll probably do some live shit from there, or at least uploads, you know, stuff going on. Absolutely. Absolutely. You're going, right?
No.
No, you're not going? Oh, shit. Well, no longer on the balls going. I'm happy to see that. That's going to be cool as shit. Got some good people going. Mellodome's going to be there with his lovely wife. Dave Weiss is supposed to be there. I think Austin Witz is going to be there. A bunch of people that I know here in the chat. Some people are going to be there. There's other people that are from everywhere that we haven't even met yet. So this is going to be really cool networking. There's going to be a huge opportunity for flat smacking, and I guarantee there's going to be a multitude of trolls to choose from.
Hey, when was it that Alexa said that California was going to fall into the ocean?
What is that? October. I'll go
When's
back.
When's Flattober?
Oh no, it's next year, man. It's next year. Yeah, no, next year, 2025, I think he said.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think it's August of 2025. Yeah, I'll be well out of there by then. But what's got me is, I think, when are they supposed to do that worldwide broadcast with their fucking phones and emergency systems and everything all at once?
Oh man, I don't know.
Sometime this next month. I think October the 4th. I think I heard, and it's going to go out everywhere. And I've heard a lot of people saying, "Oh, that's going to activate the graphene oxide, and people are going to turn into zombies." And thing. What's the explanation for the equator's sun path? Well, it just on the equinox, man. It goes like the equatorial. It just goes around the equator, man. What do you mean? Sort of like going around a track in a record, the stylus, you know. But instead of the record moving, the stylus goes around. You know, and then it plays it backwards and comes back in, and then goes back out, and then it comes back in. And I suspect that it also changes altitude during this cycle back and forth as well. But it's only speculation. I don't even know what the fuck the sun is, much less how it works. Nobody does. Right? Can we all agree on that? None of us actually really know what the sun is or how it works. The only thing that we do know is that it would be impossible for a light source 93 million miles away to create the light that we see. That's the only thing we can know about it.
Yeah, and also it's like size matters to an extent, right? Size matters, and it's just like that. I almost want to say that three-body problem, but also just the mass of like that. If the sun's like burning so much of its mass off or whatever, and it's just like if gravity is weight, or what they were saying was if there was gravity is what accounts for weight or allows weight, I think somebody said. gravity allows weight.
Gravity is weight.
Right.
You see, they say weight due to gravity. They got to throw that in there, even though they don't know what the fuck it is. But when you really break it down and look at it, the weight is the relative density in the given medium. Okay, that's it. That's all. It's that simple. Okay, and denser objects way more than not denser objects. I mean, I don't understand. All you have to do, if you've got an object, right, and it's in a medium, right now where I'm holding this lighter, theoretically, there's a hole in the air, the shape of this lighter exactly. So if I was able to take that air that would be in this hole exactly and weigh it in comparison to this lighter would weigh much more than the air that it's displacing. So what happens? It's going to sink. But what happened to the hole where it was at? As soon as it moved, the air around it that was where that hole was trying to get where that hole is at quickly rushes in to fill the hole faster than you can even see. And it gives it a little assistance on its way down as it goes, kind of like when NASCAR drivers draft behind another car, or if you're driving down the interstate and you get real close behind a semi, oh man, that thing will help pull you along. You'll only use half the gas you normally would, man. That's why NASCAR drivers do it, so they don't have to use as much gas, which means that they don't have to be in the pit stop as much. Right? This is why lead car at the beginning of the race is not the best position, because you're going to be pulling other drivers behind you. They're going to be eating your gas.
Right. Well, I find that of the same as like that density is weight, or in that aspect of going when people say buoyancy and density,
right.
Or, you know, and then to go, well, no, that's great. But it's just like the way that they build a ship. It's just like how heavy that ship is.
Right.
But the thing is that it still displaces the water in a way that it keeps it afloat, even though it really should just like sink because of the weight. But the way it displaces the water, and the water having density in itself and pressure to push back up on the, it's just, that's why I think more of density and buoyancy than actual gravity from the center of a planet pulling everything a certain direction.
Well, I'll tell you something, man. When I say consider the medium, and I'm talking about that which beyond our air realm or whatever, it's shit like this gives me pause. Watch this. This is only 30 seconds, but watch this. This is crazy. I mean, what are we seeing here? What in the world is that? What is this thing? Because but we take that and we also look at like Crow 777's lunar wave. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
That's some crazy stuff right there. And I'm like, wait, we got to rethink this. And you look at the stars that we see photographed and video recorded using the P900. The Globers like to say, oh, it's out of focus. Bullshit. Those are sharp. Those are sharp. And we see definite patterns that look like energy within water, or how light reacts in water, like with ripples or a cymatic pattern or something. That's why I'm sitting here going, okay, this whole brainstorm of going, now I'm understanding these stellar aberrations. We've got, I believe, a curved lens with a liquid medium beyond it, or at least a very thick curved lens made of a liquid medium. I don't know. You know, a molten glass, it says like molten glass, a lot of things like molten glass, like water. Just saying.
Right, because I mean, when they're talking about like there may be some dark objects in the sky that we don't see that do eclipses and stuff. I remember seeing something a while back of about like somebody took something of a UFO at the sun, and apparently it was like draining some energy off of the sun, but it actually looked like a dark disk or something like that. And I could never find the thing again, but I didn't know if you like heard about that or seen that.
They probably scrubbed the damn thing and killed the guy who did it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Jesus, they panic so badly that they've got government mutts that are out there full time with channels whose only thing is to dissuade people away from this truth. And they do it just like Lucky Haskins said on his channel tonight in his video. It was beautiful. They use mockery and fake space. And that's all they have. I mean, it's just like every time I brought up the possibility, right, to Ruhif, that perhaps you're looking through a curved lens at the sky. Oh, that's just ridiculous, blah, blah, blah. That's more ridiculous than level water actually being curved. Are you dumb? What in the fuck are you talking about? How can you just rule all of that out when you don't know anything, really?
You know what just came into my head was mockery makes the world go round.
I love it. Yes. That's the title for the next show. Mockery makes the world go round. I like it. I like it. Yes. And it does. And you look, and that's what McToon runs. That's what Simon Dan runs. That's what Professor Douchebag, not a Professor Dave does. Right? And I'm like, why is anybody listening to these assholes? Because here's what pisses me off about them. It's just like the person that goes and buys their kid a poisoned hamburger, right? The kid don't know better. Well, these guys do know better. And their kids, i.e. their listeners, don't. And so they take advantage of that by feeding their bullshit and making them think, oh, look, this guy's really smart. See the stuff he does? And he did some math. Never once questioning the narrative and never realizing that the only thing he brings to the table when challenged is ridicule and being some kind of condescending fucktard. That shit does not work with me for 2 seconds. I won't tolerate it. I will not tolerate another swinging dick or anybody else to even think that they're somehow above me. I'm not above nobody. Nobody else is above anybody. That's all a perception game, and I'm not in it. You know, that's where I live at.
I mean, because that mockery thing, I guess the reason why I was thinking that way is because that's infiltrated into like all aspects of life. It's just like if somebody tries to say, they try to place on you, you're a sovereign citizen, or you don't like the rules, or you should, and it's like just the mockery is like, that's number one out of the toolbox for a lot of things.
It is.
Just tell you how dumb you are to even get you to put something in you that you don't want, or to download something onto you, just something about it's like infiltrates through a lot of things.
Dude, this is what yes. And it's like Lucky said, it's ingrained in you at a young age, right? And we can all remember, especially people around my age, because this is exactly how they did it. They told everybody in school, because this was the curriculum, and if you think your school was different, you take a look at the video we did about how all the media channels all say the exact same thing. It's no different with the school system, okay? It's all the same shitty indoctrination centers. So they would say, oh, back a long time ago, people weren't as smart as they are today, and they thought the world was flat, and if you sailed too far, you would fall off the edge. Ha, 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 ha. And all the kids would laugh. What a ridiculous thing. You see? And then any notion of that, and they keep ridiculing it. So any kid comes up and says, hey, man, wait a second. This doesn't really make any sense. Oh, you're stupid. You disagree with scientists and blah, 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 and what the teacher said. You see how it works? So it's easier, you get beat into going with the flow, right?
It was like the way it was like nowadays they, in some way, they would call it social engineering, right?
It's always
In different aspects. It's like, you put a guillotine out in town square and it's like they're congratulating the dude because he just gave him a great tool for social engineering.
Exactly, man. This is exactly what they're doing too, man. And it's always been social engineering, man. If they can keep you confused, they can keep you controlled. And that's what they do at every moment. And what's the best way to keep you confused? Confuse your mind about where you actually are. And if I can get you to believe the most preposterous story ever created as an explanation as to where you live, then I can tell you just about any bullshit I want to, and you'll believe it, because now I own your perception. And that's what hypnotism is all about, is hijacking someone's perception.
Yeah, because that's what I was thinking more in, like when you were talking about, people being under a spell and casting a spell on them. It's like, to me, that's the way I was thinking. It's more like, I get that, but the actual reality is it's hypnotism. It's not really a spell like mystical spell. It's actually that form of hypnotism.
Right.
And because that person doesn't really know they're hypnotized, because it's just like they can hypnotize people to do really bad things, and they've proven it, and the person be like totally, it just mess them up to even realize they could have just done that, but they stopped them from doing it. You know what I mean? And it just messed the people upside in their brain, because they never thought that that could be done to them. Let's say that hypnotism, and not even realize it.
Manipulation, right, of nature, and in this case, manipulation of human nature. Whenever you're manipulating nature or using its natural functions and forces to your advantage, you are actually engaged in a form of alchemy or magic. You see? And this is an ultimate combination of 4 rudimentary, and we can call them types of hypnotism, right? Enochian, speech, illusory, of course, TV, making you think what you see is something other than what it really is. This is another way of hijacking your perception. Sigil magic, the use and association of symbols and imagery, along with the Enochian, okay? And then the pharmakia, to dull the mind, to make it more susceptible to all the suggestions. But the basic watch, the basic spiral, the basic initial hypnotic thing that they're using to get you into it is this spinning, whirling bullshit. They even use it at the beginning of your news broadcast on whatever your favorite propaganda channel is, right? It's 4, 3, 2, 1. Countdown of this little fucking spinning ball or concentric circles and shit. And then they go over here in the corner and they continue to spin. And some girl comes out and says, "Oh, look at my tits while I lie to you." And you're already in the alpha wave brain state. You're going to listen. And the male mind is definitely going to listen, because that's why they use info babes, right? Because their primitive minds going, "Oh, she mate with me if I agree. Yes, I like girl. Me agree with girl. Ugh." That's what's going on.
I don't know why. I used to think that too. It's like I'd always find myself turning away from that countdown thing, because there's always a countdown. I always find myself turning away from it, because it's just like something about it's just like weird. It's like, yeah, so I always find myself turning away from that stuff just to do it, because I just find it just strange why you have to have a countdown like that, and like those circles and the yeah, just the process of that has to be something weird.
See, look at this thing. That's a ball of dirt.
Got that good stuff that you
And it wow. It looks just like a ball of dirt flying in space to me. How about you?
Yeah. Why'd they call it Venus?
Venus, I don't know. It's the goddess of love. I know that. It's isn't it the same as Eros? Or Eros is the male, right?
I guess it's kind of hard to. It's that's what's really weird because you usually don't see that. So it's like, you know, it's like, hey, that's Venus. Well, I don't know because that's not what Venus supposed to look like. Supposed to,
Well,
or what's been put in your head that Venus actually looks like.
well, here's another one too that we go by with assumptions, right? They assume that there's things orbiting the sun, but there's no proof of anything ever orbiting the sun. I can hear you. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Go ahead and hold it down for a minute, Moon and Dr. Al. I'll be right back.
Having a moment of silence as we watch the Earth from the cupola.
God damn. Whew, that hit me real quick. I was like, oh man, I've been meaning to get up and go take a leak here for about the last minutes.
Yeah, that's cool because I don't even have the chat running, so I'm just kicking back. So I wasn't watching chat.
So let's see. I'm gonna probably wrap it up here in just a minute. See if I run across anything more interesting. So as a result of that, we had a bunch of those idiots on there using the ridicule tactics on Twitter, trying to make it. Oh, he rage quit. I'm sorry. How do I rage quit my own show? Right. And secondly, he was asked to come on, provide what he was asked. He failed to. He acted like a child, and when he started being a pedantic little fucking prick, want to argue on the minutia of what I was talking about, I was like, look, I'm not going to go that way, right? I'm not going to get into that crap, right? You're the one with the ridiculous claim that you can have some kind of fluid pressure without containment. Prove that fucking shit. And don't try to turn it around and say, oh, you're making a claim. No, I'm not. If I say, if you have all your blood taken out of your body, you will die, is that a claim or is that a fucking verifiable fact? Okay, an immutable fact. Has there ever been any exceptions to it? No, there has not. Okay. So until we can show a human being actually living without blood in their body, then that's an impossibility, isn't it? I don't know. You got to be careful. They try to turn that shit around on you, and they're so goddamn desperate. That's what gets me. Why are they so fucking desperate to have it be a bot? Just blows me away, man.
I know, because it's kind of crazy too. I don't know why I'm thinking this, but it was like those dinosaurs that you were showing earlier with those big heads and long bones. It's almost like, how come when they do uncover dinosaur bones, they're not oil?
They haven't turned into oil yet.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to really get into finding out how many quarts of oil are in a stegosaurus and how do we convert that amongst the various other types. How long does it take for a some kind. See, that's a bunch of shit. I'm looking. I had a thing here, and who showed that? God damn it! I'm trying to figure out who it was that had that. This guy spilled the whole beans on the oil industry and why they came up with the term fossil fuel. Well, they had to make it seem rare, that it was a limited commodity, because then that way they could start charging money and increasing the scarcity of it. But up to that point, people were they weren't even drilling for the shit. They go find a pool of it someplace and use it for lubrication, all kinds of different shit, right?
Right.
Of course, Rockefeller got right in on the ground floor of that, and then had to use his bullshit to try to say, oh, this is a scarcity. It's a da-da-da-da-da-da, flim-flam, flim-flam. Next thing you know, now it's fossil fuel. And the stupid masses are going, oh, that came from dinosaurs.
Yeah, but it's the same way with coal. Coal really doesn't take all them years and all that compression from coal itself either. It's like, it's really weird.
Well, you know, they had these kilns all over the place where they'd cut down a bunch of trees, and then they had these charcoal kilns that they'd burn that shit into charcoal and then use that in the smelting furnaces for the ore that they pulled out. You can find some of these old charcoal kilns out in California today. I've got some pictures of them. They look like a beehive. Really cool looking. But you go inside and you can see where it's all black. It's all black inside still. But they used to do that, and then they'd have that taken to wherever the smelting furnace, like in Cerro Gordo, there's this smelting facility that they had like at the bottom of the mountain. And as you go up in this mountain, dude, this thing, if you ever look, there's a guy, I think it's Ghost Town Living is the name of the channel. And he lives up in, what the fuck is the name of the town? Why can't I remember it? I used to go there all the time. Cerro Gordo. I'm sorry. Yeah. So he bought this town and he lives up there, and he's pretty much by himself all the time. And the road up to it is scary as shit, because it's this little switchback without very many places for cars to pass. And it's like, you know, hundreds of feet to death on one side of you all the way up. I mean, it's really fucking scary. Anyway, you get up there, and on your way, you pass several mines. Well, that was the whole thing. There was a lot of different mines for silver, for gold, for platinum, for lead, all kinds of shit, real rich in the Cerro Gordo mountain range, right? And these people, all these miners, when they would take their ore down to this facility that was at the bottom of the mountain, and the ruins of it are still there, and it was a smelter. And it's really cool. It's got all these channels and funnels that come out, and they had different processes for different ore. They would crush the ore, and then they would run it through this furnace, and then the slag, they'd get that off the top to get out. Really quite a process, man. But anyway, that's my point was that they used to make charcoal rather than digging for coal in order to fire up those kilns, you know, those blast furnaces. So it's pretty
Right. And see, and that is pretty neat how that happened. But too, another thing that's fascinating about what you were just talking about is that somehow they had to find, like in doing that smelting or that other stuff that's at Cerro Gordo that guy's mining to try to get silver or something, that he has to do that alchemy stuff, or alchemy has to take place there, because there has to be certain things that they mix with it, and to have to actually get those measurements right. It's like, who came up with that to even know that, or to even, you know, go, this is what we have to do, and it has to be measured this to actually, you know, separate that from that.
Yes.
It's like, who came up with that and figured it out?
Well, it's real simple, man, in the smelting process like that. Okay. Once again, the principles of buoyancy and density. You see, because all the bullshit floats up to the top. It becomes in the form of slag. And then the pure metal, which is heavier, sinks to the bottom. And so you just break the slag away, and now you have just the pure metal. You did that from taking everything and taking it, reducing it down to like a fluid, and all of the elements settled due to their relative density inside the whatever you're cooling it in. It's really quite quite simple. And there again, you know, a process that predates Newton by thousands of years. We've got Archimedes, who predates Newton by 1900 years. And then they want to throw this G in, this gravity and shit. And it's like, what is that? And all it is they're just playing with your head, because it's real simple. Gravity is just the weight. Okay. And what is weight? It's the relative density of that object within the given medium. It's that simple, man. There ain't no mysterious force pulling shit down. That's ridiculous, man. So anyway, I think I'm going to cut this out and get off of here and see how my little dogs are ready, I think, to go on a visit out the door. An EVA, as we call it up here on the International Fake Station. We want to make sure we can take care of that. So I'm going to give you guys a moment to leave us with any parting words. And we'll start up here or down here with Dr. Ake. Any final words before we sign off tonight?
Yeah, thanks very much for putting up with me. We do know the truth. We've identified the problem, and I think we should concentrate more on being proactive. Okay, being proactive. Yeah, that's it. Love to everybody. Look after yourself and try and convince a few more other people to see the light. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Elke, or Dr. Ake. I keep wanting to call him Elke because I got Sean Elke, but there's no L in this name, so it's Ake or Ake, one of the two. He's going to have to correct me on the pronunciation one of these times. Maybe it's just that he don't care. So I should be a teacher. Going from Boston said, I don't know. They wouldn't let me teach because I don't teach what they want people to hear. It's that simple. What about you, Moon Bounce? You got anything for us before we sign out?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that that guy needs to reduce the power on his mic.
I know. Yeah.
and that mockery makes the world go round.
I like that. I like that. Mockery makes the world go down. Yes, I'm gonna write that even. Well, hang on. I'm gonna write that down right this minute. Just so, because you know, even if I don't look back where I wrote it, just the act of writing it down will make you remember it.
Yeah.
Mockery.
Yeah, because whenever he keys up, it reminds me of like the CB ham radios, because that just sends a signal right through my brain.
There you go. I got that. This is going to be beautiful. I got a little electronic thing like that. You can. It's like almost like an Etch-a-Sketch, but it's got a battery in it instead. And wherever you write, you can write on this thing, and then you hit a button, and it'll clear it, and it sticks on the refrigerator. And it's really nice for leaving notes and things like that. And sometimes I just draw dirty pictures to freak my wife out. Shit, like, you know. But I'm going to put that on there. I'm going to put that on the fridge too. I'll leave that there because that's pretty cool.
All right, stay cool.
All right, Moon Balance and Dr. Ake, I want to thank you both for coming. And of course, you're always welcome to come on up, as is anybody, most anybody. I did have to ban somebody last night. I just couldn't take their bullshit anymore. I got tired of their childish behavior. No, I'm not talking about McToon. I'm talking about the bubblegum boy. I'm sorry. I'm not going to put up with his fucking nonsense anymore. That's all there is to it. He's just trying to grab onto me for fucking clout of some kind or whatever. Not that I even offer any, but I don't know. He seems obsessed. Go find a new trick. So, I guess I'm going to leave it at that, and we'll be back with you probably tomorrow night sometime. Stay tuned, like, share, subscribe. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit it. We're almost to 1,000. We're almost to 1,000 subscribers, people. And it's been an arduous and honest journey because unlike many channels, not so much in the topics that I'm talking about, but in the other side, seem to have phenomenal amounts of followers. And I believe that a great many of those were given to them. But in any case, it might just indicate that there's that many stupid people out there. And I hate to say stupid, and we're not going to say that. There's that many brainwashed people. But if you've been shown and you've been given the options and you can explore it, and you still think you live on a ball, don't come to me and argue with me about it. Okay? Because I don't care. That's your problem. If you want to come here and you literally want to know something or learn something, I can either tell you if I know, or if I don't, we can find out together, or we can find someone who does know, or we can just figure it out ourselves. Okay? It doesn't take special schools and shit like that for us to be able to figure things out. We do it on a daily basis in our normal everyday lives. Okay? So I want to thank everybody that came here tonight, everybody that's still here. And let's see what we ended up with. 70%. Yeah. Okay. So peer reviewed, man. And I happen to know that there were a couple of people on the Globe side that were dishonest enough to actually go and use sock accounts just to make it look like the yeses were higher. So I already know that that's kind of skewed like that, but I expect that kind of dishonesty. I am able to tell on this end. Many of you don't know that I can tell. Okay. That's all right, though. We still got the major majority, flat earth majority by 2024, at least a tipping point. So I am actually looking forward to that. We're going to go ahead and end the poll. There it is. And we had that. The results of it, there it is. 29% to 70%. I don't know where that extra one came from or went to, but okay. Anyway, people that are in here, just a quick shout out, and then I'm going to go. So Bearsworth's here. Finally, you're late. I'm going to mark you tardy in your official grade book over here. Dreamyland escaped the chains, held on with us tonight. Glenn from Boston. Mandela Effect, Jonathan Bardsley. That's a new name. I hope you're a new subscriber. If so, welcome. If not, go ahead and hit the bell notification and subscribe. Anyway, I'm sure you'd like the content. We don't always just cover flat earth. We talk about all kinds of cool stuff on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. We got Voy out here. Barbara, Jehovah's daughter, Barbara, my shining light, and ZXL Master, the master of all YouTube mods. If you don't know what this guy does, man, you're lucky if he's watching your show. You're damned lucky if he's moderating it. I will just leave it at that. And so, like we like to say here at Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and fire his ass because he'll probably kill you. Good night, everybody. Have a great tomorrow.